He didn't have much time left. At the final moments, when he broke into the immortal Tao domain, he heard his own song of burial. Meng Tianzheng advanced courageously, slaughtering his way over towards the undying being. He knew that he didn't have much time left, either going to die with regret or display one last brilliant song. Fighting was the only option. At this time, the world was trembling, the result of a release of immortal Tao power. Undying radiance was surging. A great decisive battle between two great figures unavoidably erupted. They used all of their divine abilities and methods. Apart from this, lightning filled the skies. It was accompanied by divine and auspicious multicolored light, as well as the black mist and inauspiciousness high above. This was contradictory, but they both appeared at the same time. Meng Tianzheng was currently forcefully resisting it, temporarily ignoring it. Kill! Whether it would be everlasting brilliance, falling in glory, or if it would be a mournful passing, it would all be revealed in this final battle. Meng Tianzheng condensed a fist imprint, valiant beyond compare. He was like a reincarnated war immortal, head of black hair all shining, carrying golden brilliance. His divine force was unmatched, who knew how many times more powerful than before. His fist directly smashed through the star domain, the fluctuations that were released incomparable. One could see that in this position, under this part of the heavens, groups of stars fell, great stars burning, impossible to evade. That fist seemed like it went through a sheet of paper, passing through the spatial realm wall, arriving before the eyes of an undying being. The divine radiance was immeasurable, illuminating past and present. The undying being's expression changed. Just now, he was already wounded, coughing out blood from the other side's extreme fist radiance. Now, Meng Tianzheng was going all out like this, making him feel even more restraining fear. Ancestral techniques appeared in large amounts. He was like an undying blood phoenix reborn through flames. Fiery light overflowed into the heavens, all of it created from great Tao symbols. On his silvery white body, there were large amounts of patterns engraved on it, making him look more and more like a metal existence. A chilly radiance was released, moreover, the radiance gradually becoming harsh to the eyes. Dong! Following a muffled strike, the sky dome exploded and the heavens shattered. Primal chaos erupted in this place. As if a great era was coming to a close, heaven and earth as if completely destroyed. This was a clash between the most powerful. In this age, there were already no true immortals to be found, yet existences of this level now appeared. After the two realms were cut off, these two represented the greatest fighting strength. This expanse of the starry skies exploded to pieces, heavens splitting and earth cracking, ghosts crying and deities howling. A rain of blood scattered down, this place immediately seeming dismal and bleak. One could see that the groups of stars nearby had long disappeared, crushed by that unmatched fist imprint. There were many star remains that rushed in all directions. This was a catastrophic scene. Their world-shocking blow made the starry sky first become extremely brilliant, and then the burning star remains flew away, this place instead gradually becoming dark, too many stars disappearing. A rain of blood scattered down, the undying being staggered backwards, revealing an expression of shock. He was wounded once again. The other side's fist imprint was too ferocious, too powerful, striking his body until his chi and blood surged. The finger bones of the undying being even almost broke off. Of course, Meng Tianzheng on the other side was also bleeding, paying the price. Why are you so strong? The undying being's pupils contracted, eyes becoming more and more terrifying. He had to kill the other side as soon as possible, or else an accident might happen. It was because from the start until now, the other side became harder and harder to deal with, even injuring him difficult. Oh, the undying being was extremely serious, not the slightest trace of contempt to be seen. He produced a pure white bone flute, starting to play it. Song of departed immortal souls. The instant the flute sound was produced, the undying existence released a shout. These words descended like the blade of heaven's will, immediately increasing this song's power several-fold. This was the goal of the demonic tune, the source of his divine will. Oh, it was as if gods were crying, also as if true immortals died. Dusk descended. Chilly winds swept past. Souls departed from all creatures, turning them into living corpses. This tune was too terrifying. Even though they were far away, Imperial Pass creatures still almost exploded to death. Fortunately, at the most crucial point, the immortal formation within Imperial Pass shone. In addition, the 10 Realms diagram, Immortal King Corpse wrapping cloth, and other things shook, stopping this tune, restoring peace to this place. However, things outside became different. The starry skies were cut into pieces, all of this caused by that song. Meng Tianjing's body trembled, scars appearing on his skin one after another. The demonic tune could not only make one's soul leave their body, it could even sever the flesh, able to destroy both body and spirit. It was impossible for him not to be injured by this attack. The song of departed immortal souls, it rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, shaking up this entire space. One could see many void shadows appear, as if they were living corpses. At the same time, Meng Tianjing's eyes became a bit dim, his soul being summoned, about to leave his body. Chi! Suddenly, he released a great shout. The depths of his eyes erupted with great divine radiance, recovering from a type of absent-minded state. Even though his body was being hacked at, blood flowing in long streams, he broke free from the spiritual attack. Chong! A pair of curved blades appeared behind Meng Tianjing. They were resplendent, now glistening with brilliance, carrying faint golden radiance. Then, they directly hacked out, like two cold moons as they spun between heaven and earth, releasing a rumbling sound. The undying creature's eyes were resplendent like suns. The flute by his lips shone, demonic ripples rushing out. These were the most terrifying sound waves. The musical notes turned into tangible forms one after another, leaping through the void, all of them carrying undying radiance, condensed from immortal Tao patterns. Ear-piercing sounds erupted. The curved blades smashed into these notes. Sparks flew in all directions. Great Tao ripples spread, ripping apart the great cosmos. This was like the reopening of the world, the scene horrifying to the extreme. In the end, the curved blades destroyed the shining great Tao symbols. They were extremely terrifying, smashing into the bone flute, ending this melody. During this process, the distance between the two was shortened. Meng Tianjing charged over murderously again. Chong! His arms unfolded, actually turning into two immortal swords, one black, one white. They were different colored, releasing yin and yang, two energies swirling about in a hazy manner. Meng Tianjing's arm turned into a sword shape, releasing terrifying, chilling intent. Chi! In that instant, the two streaks of sword radiance, separately black and white colors, quickly hacked over. Pooh! The undying being faced this attack, but as a result, blood spurted out from his body. The terrifying sword radiance hacked through his silvery white body, a large expanse of blood spraying all over the starry sky. Oh! The undying creature released a great roar. He was furious. Someone who advanced later, a human who had just entered the immortal Tao domain. How could this kind of person injure him again and again? He felt like this was humiliation. With a honglong noise, a heavenly spear appeared in his right hand, cold and deep. It carried cold energy as it rushed over, as if it was going to freeze this entire part of the world. This was the magical artifact of an undying being, as well as what he used to achieve the Tao. It possessed incredible power, now sweeping towards Meng Tianjing. That shining white blade seemed to be able to reap the lives of all creatures in this world, including immortals. It carried a mysterious power, slaughtering its way over. Dang! The black and white sword cores shone, interweaving, rushing over, clashing with this magical artifact. The disturbance was too great, dazzling radiance erupting there. At this time, an expanse of brilliant waves, with this place as the center, surged towards the depths of the cosmos, extremely intimidating. Chi! Meng Tianjing's body carried immortal light, facing the endless lightning tribulation above him. All types of gates were released within his body, symbols carved all over his body. These were the profound mysteries of the imperishable scripture, combined with his own unmatched great methods, now pushed to the limit. This was the root of why he dared face that weapon. The imperishable scripture merged with the great Tao. Together with the body as the seed, it made his flesh and blood sturdy and unbreakable. Hong Long. Immediately afterwards, his arms merged together, like that of an ancient monk joining his palms, but it definitely wasn't this. This was the merging of sword cores. His arms turned into a black and white immortal sword, now returning to one, becoming a single sword core. Black and white energies merged, becoming inseparable. Qi. When Meng Tianzheng hacked forward like this, the entire sky dome was cut through, as if two realms were being divided, the scene horrifying to the extreme. A sword cut apart the star domain. This was boundless power, world-shocking strength. After truly stepping foot into the immortal Tao domain, Meng Tianzheng's strength indeed increased. Dang! This black and white sword core clashed with the heavenly spear until sparks flew in all directions, surging high into the air. At the same time, cold light surged, the two crescent blades cutting towards the undying being. Pong pong pong! The undying being's body shifted outwards, appearing in another part of the starry skies. At the same time, he activated his ancestral technique, blocking the curved blades, clashing intensely with those two weapons. Meng Tianzheng roared out, because there wasn't much time left. He was going all out, using the greatest power. With a qi sound, he rushed forward like a demon, instantly crossing hundreds of thousands of li with a single step, closing the distance in an instant, chasing down his enemy. Pooh! This time, when his hands merged, attacking with all of his strength, black and white sword cores becoming one. The radiance that was released was world-shocking. Nothing they couldn't cut through. Blood radiance immediately splashed in all directions. The undying being was struck, unable to avoid it in time. It was because there was no way of completely evading the attack at all. The sword light was everywhere, streaks upon streaks drowning out this place. In that instant, the two exchanged hundreds to thousands of attacks. The undying being faced Meng Tianzheng with the heavenly spear. Qi. The sword light was like rainbow light. At the final moment, it drew a large expanse of blood, removing the undying being's arm, dyeing the starry skies red. However, at the same time, Meng Tianzheng also trembled, staggering backwards, because his body was struck by the immortal Tao lightning above him. A bloody hole opened in his chest. Right now, the tribulation's divine power began to appear. Resisting purely with his body was already extremely exhausting. Moreover, that inauspicious black cloud also descended, approaching his body. The undying being's face turned slightly pale. He actually lost an arm. This type of injury made his heart tremble. However, what was even more terrifying was the other side's fearlessness and bravery, truly leaving him shaken. His left arm was actually cut off, blood spurting out. For him, this was simply unimaginable. Just how many years has it been? After becoming an undying existence, he had never been in such danger. He already almost forgot about the taste of losing blood. Yet today he was pressured to this extent by a human race expert. His silvery white body shone, quickly backing up, moreover bringing away that arm. With his power, he could naturally reconnect this broken arm. He was inwardly rejoicing. If not for the lightning tribulation being too fierce, stopping Meng Tianzheng, he might be in an even more sorry state, possibly be in great danger. Of course, the reason why he could avoid the lightning was because of an extraordinary secret treasure he had on him. In the skies, the lightning tribulation was ferocious. This was immortal Tao radiance, unmatched lightning. If an ordinary person was here, they would have long been hacked into ashes. Even Meng Tianzheng was injured. Previously, for the sake of killing an undying being, he directly faced it head-on, not paying the lightning any attention. Now, he was suffering the consequences, receiving serious injuries. The reason he dared to do this was because he used the body as the seed. Even though there were faults, not perfect, he was still different from others attempting at immortality. His strength was great, his body sturdy. Apart from this, he also cultivated the imperishable scripture, further strengthening himself, allowing him to become much calmer. Otherwise, how could he dare take action like this in lightning tribulation? Meng Tianzheng didn't hesitate. He slightly adjusted himself, actually taking in and sending out lightning radiance through his mouth and nose, and then he slaughtered his way towards the undying being, vowing to take his life. Just how astonishing was this? A human cultivator who had just stepped foot into this domain already dared to continuously brandish his sword, wishing to cut down an undying existence who had achieved the Tao for many years. If this was told to others, there wouldn't be many who would believe it. Those who advanced into the same level later usually needed time to consolidate their strength, lacking sufficient immortal Tao power. It was extremely difficult for them to face experts who had already been at this level for a long time. However, Meng Tianzheng did it, able to fight an undying level being who had already cultivated for an endless amount of time, moreover effectively injuring the other party, perhaps even able to kill him. Everything was because the body as the seed was heaven-defying. Now it fully appeared. Blood dripped from his chest. The hole was large, connected from front to back, pierced through by that lightning just now. However, Meng Tianzheng didn't seem to mind that much, directly attacking the enemy. He really didn't have much time left, had to quickly cut down the undying being. Honglong. The sky dome cracked apart. The lightning was too terrifying, immortal light surging, continuously hacking down, blasting Meng Tianzheng until he trembled. He suffered the most terrifying attack. However, this was impossible to avoid. He could only passively resist it. This was lightning tribulation, a calamity, the judgment of fate, as well as a type of life and death baptism. After making it through, he would truly become different. Unfortunately, even if he could make it through, he would still have no fate with life. In the end, what was waiting for him was only darkness. Hong! Meng Tianzheng attacked, his hands merging together. It was still a black and white sword body, releasing powerful sword radiance. It not only tore apart the sky dome, it even more so sliced open this part of the cosmos. The undying being's expression was serious, blocking with the heavenly spear. At the same time, he was backing up, stalling for time, hoping the heavenly tribulation could further harm this opponent. However, he felt a sense of humiliation. He was a glorious undying being, yet he couldn't take the initiative to attack, instead having to resort to these types of methods, making himself feel extremely dissatisfied with himself. Even so, living was the most important. The one who laughed last was the winner. He didn't let his emotions affect his decisions. Kill! Dang dang dang. The sounds were deafening, the sky dome splitting open. Sword radiance shone unendingly, hacking through the boundless world, revealing the everlasting, even immortal ascension light surging. This was Meng Tianzheng's final battle, a great clash with the undying creatures. Pooh! Blood scattered out from the undying creature again, sword radiance piercing through his chest. His bones were cut through, a terrifying wound opened. Chi! At the same time, Meng Tianzheng's two curved blades carried great Tao luster, unstoppable. They pierced through the starry sky, hacking down on the undying being's back. The undying being roared out in anger. He was actually attacked by this type of person. It had already been a great era since something like this had happened. Blood spurted out of his shoulder blade almost hacked down. That curved blade was exceptionally sharp, carrying great Tao luster and symbols. It was too terrifying. Honglong. However, at the most crucial moment, Meng Tianzheng stopped himself again. Not only did lightning submerge him, black mist descended as well, corroding his body. This was inauspicious matter. Back then, it had harmed Yi Chenyu and Mo Wudao, two prides of heaven, making them fail within sight of success, dying miserably at the last stretch of achieving immortality. Sure enough, Meng Tianzheng was shaken. Black mist surged from his body, soul becoming rigid, being affected by some mysterious power, as if he was going to become a different person. The hidden killing intent and the emotions hidden within his subconscious immediately erupted. He seemed to want to be reborn. A brand new self seemed to want to occupy his mind, kill his original soul, seize his body. It was extremely terrifying. Meng Tianjing suddenly raised his head towards the sky. He roared out, scattering the black mist, stopping this corrosion, forcing back the inauspiciousness. However, the black mist surged above, lingering about, not truly leaving, as if there was a creature inside. This was the most terrifying part, far more despairing than immortal Dao lightning. It really was horrifying. Heavenly tribulation could be crossed, but this type of unknown black mist was seemingly impossible to overcome. Yiqianyu, Mo Wudao, how stunning were they? However, they still didn't have the strength to overcome it. This was the calamity of immortal ascension. During this process, the expression of the undying being was extremely strange, carrying hope, desire, wishing to advance. Yet it also had a type of fear, a deep feeling of apprehension. His expression was extremely conflicted. Kill! Meng Tianjing roared out angrily, slaughtering towards the undying creature. Sure enough, he went for broke, not paying attention to the two great threats above his head anymore. Dong dong dong. This time, the heavenly tribulation was muffled, as if a divine drum was beating. A tremendous amount of radiance poured down, delivering a destructive blow. Meng Tianjing coughed out blood, his entire body riddled with scars. When he was struck until he was about to break apart, he used the body as a seed, forming a light cocoon, neutralizing the death radiance. However, he still couldn't avoid being seriously injured. Long. Lightning radiance shot out in endless streaks. Endless, brought over by the heavily injured Meng Tianjing as he charged at the undying being. This time, the lightning was especially ferocious, unimaginably vast. This was the peak of immortal Dao, and now it arrived. Not good. The undying being's heart was panicking, uneasy. It was because an artifact shattered with a kacha sound, lightning radiance directly sweeping through where he was. Previously, the reason why he could remain uninvolved was because of the precious pendant. This was an undying spiritual treasure, its value priceless, rarely seen throughout the world. It was because that precious pendant had previously been nurtured by several undying beings, long developing spirituality, able to avoid the trial of heaven, heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he would have long been caught up inside, devoured by the lightning radiance. Now, the priceless secret treasure was actually destroyed. However, this was heavenly tribulation after all, easily ending one's life, cutting down one's Dao fruit. No one was willing to experience it again. The undying being was in an extremely sorry state. He withstood the lightning radiance. Meanwhile, for Meng Tianjing, this was a chance to kill the enemy. Comparatively speaking, it was now quite a bit easier for him now. Under the lightning radiance, everything was attacked, none able to escape. Hong! Right now, the undying being went all out. The heavenly spear suddenly erupted, moreover actually producing a flag. It swayed with the wind, fluttering about. The heavenly spear turned into a flagpole, black flag surface covered in the diagrams of skeletons, as well as hazy void figures. There were sounds of gods crying, malicious spirits howling. Hong Long! The undying being shook the great banner. In that instant, countless individuals rushed out from the great banner, all of them living corpses, as well as dried bones and other things, as if it was a great army from a world of death. They were all extremely strong, charging murderously at Meng Tianjing. Lightning kill! Meng Tianjing roared out. Lightning radiance filled heaven and earth, sweeping forward, immediately blasting large amounts of creatures into ashes. However, there were some golden skeletons, as well as some corpses that were like jade that weren't destroyed. They howled like divine ghosts charging over. This great flag was a treasure the undying being had refined for endless time, powerful beyond compare. Right now, it fully displayed its divine power, leading an endless army in attack. Within it, there were many corpses, magical bodies, and other things he had gathered, with no lack of undying creatures that had been killed in battle, as well as true immortal remains. This was why it was so terrifying. Oh! Endless sinister beings roared, their voices splitting the heavens, engulfing towards Meng Tianjing. That great banner fluttered about. Whenever it shook, it would always shatter the skies. There were great armies who continuously slaughtered their way over. Qi. Meng Tianjing erupted with endless radiance. He raised his head, facing the lightning tribulation, opening his mouth and sucking it in, actually swallowing endless lightning. Then, his body became sparkling, directly producing a sword core. This time, it wasn't his arms, but rather his entire body that turned into a sword core. He cultivated the imperishable scripture, also mixing in his own great methods. He dared do such a thing, just like his temperament, decisive, resolute, heroic, and fearless. Right now, he advanced courageously, wishing to tear through the heavens. Qi. Wherever the sword radiance passed, countless ghosts and deities howled. All of them wiped out, endless creatures exploding. One could see the universe itself tremble. An immortal sword was unstoppable, tearing through everything in its path. At the same time, there were two crescent blades. After being immersed in immortal light, submerged under lightning, they became increasingly terrifying, also slaughtering out mountains of corpses, hacking through everything in their way. Pu. Meng Tianjing pressed forward, his entire body turning into an immortal sword core, blasting aside the heavenly spear. With a pu sound, it hacked into the undying creature, almost cleaving him in half. Natural laws covered the sky, cutting through the divine chains of order, pouring down like a waterfall. The undying being did everything he could to resist, going all out to stop this opponent, moreover retaliating. At this moment, two sounds rang out. The two crescent blades arrived, representing yin and yang. With two pu sounds, all of the great Tao symbols were cut through. The barrier penetrated, breaking through this undying being's defenses. Moreover, at the most crucial time, two chi sounds rang out, slicing through his arms, drawing forth a great expanse of blood. The sword core Meng Tianjing turned into even more so released great Tao rumbling sounds. Immortal light flourished, surging as it hacked forward ferociously. This time, there wasn't anything unexpected or suspenseful. He cleaved this undying being in half, directly cutting through him. Awe! He was worthy of being a world-shocking expert, an undying being, having areas where he was astonishing. Even when his primordial spirit was cut open, he still remained undying, wishing to escape. Moreover, the two halves of his body also recombined, wishing to also run. Unfortunately, at this point, it was too difficult for him to defy the heavens. Meng Tianjing returned to a human form, two curved crescent blades appearing behind him, releasing divine splendor. They protected his body as he advanced step after step. He arrived with just a single step, grabbing the primordial spirit that had been hacked open. His palm and fingers shone, sword energy overflowing, directly crushing it into powder. Pooh! At the same time, the two crescent blades shone, dicing up the ruined corpse, turning it into a bloody mist, exploding in the air. The undying being of a generation died, body and spirit obliterated. Kacha! Meng Tianjing grabbed that heavenly spear, fiercely exerting force. With a dang sound, the great Tao erupted. He actually directly broke it. He feared that this weapon had some strangeness to it, which was why he directly destroyed it. This left everyone shocked. He had just entered the immortal Tao domain, yet he could already kill an undying existence, destroy a weapon of this level. He really was powerful to an unimaginable level. Then, he used all of his strength, tearing apart the flag, fiercely ripping it to shreds. In the skies, lightning tribulation interweaved streak after streak, carrying terrifying, boundless radiance. Meng Tianjing stood there, unmoving, bathing in the lightning. He was disappointed and frustrated, also sighing inwardly. He knew that he had reached the final moments of his life. Immortal Tao lightning hacked down from time to time. The most terrifying part was that there was also black mist that appeared, about to devour him. He took a step out, completely rushing into the distance. He wanted to bring the inauspicious with him into the heavens, staying far from desolate border, spend the final moments of his life in this manner. Imperial Pass, on the city walls, many people roared out, calling his name. Tears tumbled down their faces. In the depths of the cosmos was a floating ancient continent. Meng Tianjing stood there alone. In his surroundings, stars continuously fell, lightning interweaved, immortal light flickering about. Right now, a trace of ominousness actually moved past his face, because he had been surrounded by the black mist. "Ho!" Meng Tianjing roared out, scattering the inauspicious mist, also blasting aside the immortal Tao lightning. He suddenly turned around, giving desolate border one last look. His damaged golden armor was covered in bloodstains. The crescent blades behind him released blazing radiance, making him look like an immortal demon. With a feeling of reluctance, he released a light sigh. His aura became a bit malevolent. It was because there was black mist that surrounded over, about to submerge that place. Imperial Pass on the city walls, through the bone lens, they saw this final scene. Many people shed tears, screaming out, wishing he could come back alive. However, even after many years passed, they all carried regret and sorrow. That was the last time many people saw him, the final scene. The final scene would forever be fixed within one's mind. Even after many years passed, it would still be hard to forget. This was a war god, the hero of a generation. Unfortunately, he disappeared just like that, never to be seen again. Immortal Tao thunder rumbled, immortal light like a sea. Apart from this, black mist spread, surrounding Meng Tianjing, stars falling like rain, descending in that part of the cosmos. He vanished. That ancient continent collapsed. Meng Tianjing, someone who had the highest chance of achieving long life because he tried to break through ahead of time, he cut off his own path. In the final great battle to protect Imperial Pass, he cut down Emperor clan individuals, killed many supreme beings, no one able to stop him. However, in the end, this hero still met his end. He still carried regrets. His Tao was ignited, body sacrificed to face an undying being, carrying out a great battle at the peak, doing this to make up for his own regrets. Imperial Pass became quiet. Meanwhile, his figure bathed in the blood of the undying being disappeared, calming the chaos, suppressing desolate border, his accomplishments shocking the world under the heavens. He slaughtered out world-shocking glory through this battle. But this glory was accompanied by a song of burial. Great Elder, Senior Meng. On Imperial Pass city walls, many people were cheering. Quite a few people shed tears, feeling regret for Meng Tianjing. This was too much of a pity. The pride of heaven of a generation disappeared just like that. That unmatched figure, world-shocking magnificence. How could it be forgotten? This battle left everyone with too deep of an impression. Impossible to erase. The golden armor was dyed in blood, brilliant and dazzling. He struck down groups of enemies, killed an undying existence. This battle shocking all under the heavens. Yet in the end, they could only listen to his song of burial, watch as he passed on alone, headed to an unknown place. He didn't return. Where was he now? In the starry sky, there was still blood that remained, the blood of that undying being. It was burning, turning into blazing multicolored light, submerging a few great stars, becoming a giant ball of fire. Before Meng Tianjing died, he erupted with killing intent, wiping out all traces, making it so that not even the undying being's blood and bones would remain, completely destroying everything. Everyone watched, their faces full of grief as they stared at the dazzling fiery light. It was as if they saw a tall figure again, roaring through the world, rebuking heaven and earth, everlasting in the glorious great battle. Senior, sure how choked with emotion, carrying regret and sorrow, he roared out loudly, but couldn't change anything. Meng Tianjing was equivalent to his protector, as well as his teacher that guided him, caring too much for him, viewing him as his own last disciple. However, this person left just like that. Sure how screamed out, the long roar shocking the heavens. In the end, he released a decrepit sigh. Imperial Pass, on the city walls, there were great sobs, voices calling out, as if they wanted to summon that disappeared war god back into this world. He didn't die. He is definitely still alive. Someone said. What about that black mist? Where did it go? A few people wanted to look for it, see what exactly was going on. However, they were stopped by Immortal Academy's elder. That was inauspiciousness, the omnious. If the black mist spread, then they would all suffer terrible consequences. Even those as powerful as Yi Chenyu, Mo Wudao, and the pride of heaven Meng Tianjing didn't have any way of neutralizing it. Old friend, take care. Sacred Academy's old man also released a light sigh, loudly shouting out, seeing Meng Tianjing off. He knew that there was no way Meng Tianjing could survive. He understood the strange black mist well. Even if only a body was left, there was no way it could still have its own primordial spirit. It truly is unfortunate. Dao brother, if you didn't have to force the breakthrough ahead of time, injuring your divine core, severing your path of life, not even that mysterious mist would have been able to stop you, right? Immortal Wang said. Wang. Suddenly, in the depths of the starry domain, there was a great tremble. Then, an expanse of shadows drifted over. There was a strand of mist that descended from above down upon desolate border, appearing in the great desert, trying to break inside heaven abyss. Honglong. As a result, this triggered huge changes. There was a wave of hidden power that was extremely sensitive to this mist, making heaven abyss surge. Chi. In that instant, at heaven abyss highest point, it seemed to have split open, as if there was an immortal gate that opened. The radiance was dazzling, simply as if it was going to illuminate the past, present, and future. Honglong. Immortal Dao power poured down, natural laws everywhere. The ascension light was endless, descending from the highest point, covering heaven abyss. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that it really was connected to immortal domain? It was because everyone saw that there seemed to be a gate that opened, endless immortal light pouring out from within. The divine chains of order were concentrated, by the thousands and tens of thousands, all of it immortal Tao level laws, moreover of the highest grade. These were formations, seals, restrictive force, locking down heaven abyss, crossing through the two realms. One could vaguely hear sacrificial voices. It seemed like it was fortifying that place, also as if it was trying to build a wall, seal up that place. When everything became calm, everyone discovered with shock that that place became extremely hazy. Wisps of chaotic energy leaking out strand by strand. Everything becoming more unfamiliar, impossible to cross. Someone tried to activate a magical artifact, pass through. In the end, the magical artifact fell, stopped outside. Previously, only the undying beings were stopped, dealing with creatures of that level, but now it was already eternally sealed, no one able to pass through. It was as if there was an immortal Tao wall forged, cutting off the two worlds. The black mist triggered immortal domain's highest law force. Immortal Wang's eyes were deep, staring forward, difficult to make out what he was thinking inside. Sealed forever? Someone asked with a trembling voice. I do not know why such great changes were actually triggered. It is as if some type of unmatched formation was activated, sealing this place. Immortal Academy's elder said. A stele appeared, standing in the chaotic mist. If one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't notice it at all. Chi chi chi. A few figures moved out from within Imperial Pass, quickly rushing over to examine it. These are immortal text. It is recorded on it that it has indeed been eternally sealed, the realms no longer able to be crossed. However, after millions and millions of years, once this place is broken through, the 9 heavens 10 earths will wither away and be destroyed. It was because this formation drew power from the 9 heavens 10 earths. Doing things like this was equivalent to drinking poison in hopes of quenching one's thirst. Once it was broken through, it would also mean that this world couldn't hold on any longer, that everything would be exhausted. Everyone's expressions changed. These news were extremely terrible. This meant that Imperial Pass side would gradually weaken, head towards an age without cultivation. As the years went on, even if no one from the other side invaded, this world would still weaken, endless foundation energy absorbed by this formation. One day, this great world would reach the end of the road, ultimately be finished. However, there were some people who revealed joy because this meant that for a really long time, no enemies would slaughter their way over, that there would no longer be any danger. For these people, as long as their lives in this world were unaffected, who cares what happened after they died? Being able to enjoy this life they had was already enough. Haha, there's no need to worry about the other side. We don't have to worry about the undying kings invading after 500 years either. This place has been eternally sealed. Someone laughed loudly. Shut your mouth. A supreme being berated. It is just a temporary peace. After countless years, hundreds of millions of years, this entire ancient world will fall. At best, during that age of no magic, no one in this world would be able to cultivate. At worst, this entire universe will directly be wiped out. Sacred Academy's elder said with a sigh. News of this temporarily be leaked out for now, a supreme being said. The effects of this were too great, producing a huge mental blow for cultivators. Soon afterwards, Imperial Pass erupted with commotion. Everyone only knew that the great battle ended, that there won't be any invaders for quite some time. Meanwhile, the two realms were cut off, completely sealed. This is too great. The great battle has finally come to an end. Haha. We can finally go home. Many people rejoiced, cheering. While some were so moved even tears began to flow. Right now, Sherhao's eyes were a bit blank, even more so feeling grief. He carried endless regrets. Was everything finished just like this? Meng Tianjing left this world, while Hualinger was lost to the other side. The two worlds were cut off, forever unable to return. For Sherhao, this was a reality that was incredibly hard to accept. Ah! Sherhao roared out, his head of black hair flying about. He carried grief and anger, filled with unwillingness and helplessness. How could it be like this? Even though the battle was won, when he thought of these things, Sherhao felt great pain inside. He had lost too much. How could he make up for these regrets? Towards Meng Tianjing's conclusion, it was too hard for him to stop, powerless to change anything. However, he vowed inside that when he was strong enough, he would definitely march into the other side, wipe out all of the enemies, get revenge for Great Elder. However, these two worlds were now separated. At the same time, this also meant that even if he cultivated to that type of level, it would be difficult for him to cross over, at the same time unable to rescue Hualinger. I can't accept this, Sherhao roared out. The two worlds were separated, so it would be difficult even if he wanted to slaughter his way over in the future. There will be a way. Immortal Academy's elder walked over, patting his shoulder, consoling him. While carrying disappointment and frustration, Sherhao turned around. Even though the great battle was won, he didn't feel any joy. Too much had been lost in this battle. This war of desolate border, the great tribulations and fighting actually ended so bitterly, ending just like this. Even if Sherhao didn't want to accept this reality, there was no choice. Desolate Border's great battle finally came to an end, everything coming to a conclusion. Now a brand new page was being turned. What exactly was that black mist to actually trigger great changes in Desolate Border? He was thinking to himself, contemplating how he was going to slaughter his way over in the future. Sherhao knew that that black mist was definitely terrifying, that once he reached that level in the future, he would have to face it. Things have calmed down. There is no more war, Sacred Academy's elder said with a sigh. Perhaps. However, according to the prophecy of the past, what is going on with that darkest era then? The great battle of the heavens is unavoidable. Immortal Academy's elder was doubtful. Desolate Border's war came to an end. A grave towered precisely in Desolate Border. Sherhao silently paid his respects, not saying a single word. This was Meng Tianjing's tomb, located outside Imperial Pass. He was like a lonesome protector. Even when asleep, dead, he wanted to remain where the battle previously happened. In the surroundings, sounds of crying could be heard. It was because many people came. Regardless of whether it was the younger generation or the older figures, they were all extremely respectful towards Meng Tianjing. Great Elder had descendants in Imperial Pass, this bloodline always fighting here, just that few people outside knew about them. Now, they had already chosen to be families of Imperial Pass. The war god of their clan passed away. For them, this was a tremendous blow, the most terrifying nightmare. Sounds of crying gradually became greater. Finally, even Desolate Border was shaken because there were supreme beings who came and went. Immortal Academy's old man, Sacred Academy's elder, and others, these were all the most powerful experts left in the 9 heavens. Some of them were silent, some of them shedding some tears before leaving in disappointment and frustration. When they watched the heroes of a generation disappear, they were all sighing. "We're leaving. Let's go home. We are never coming back." In front of the grave, a few people said quietly. They were going to leave this place. Towards Desolate Border, they carried too many complex emotions. They had undergone a test of life and death, a battle full of blood. Yet in the end, when they faced supreme beings and undying creatures, they were all extremely helpless. Imperial Pass, many of the 9 heavens' supreme beings died. There was also Meng Tianzheng, who fought a great decisive battle while climbing the path of ascension. Only then did they finally manage to protect this city. After returning to Imperial Pass, Shi Hao found Meng Tianzheng's descendants. He left the imperishable scripture with them, moreover telling them that if there was anything that happened in the future, as long as they gave the word, no matter where he was, he would definitely hurry back. He was also going to leave. What was left here were blood, scars, even more so regrets and bitterness. The great battle ended. Even though they won, Shi Hao found it hard to smile. So many people died, yet they only barely managed to protect this place. Desolate Border's 7 kings were forever gone. The entire city, as well as those individuals in the city, were all buried in blood and flames. However, the sinner's blood name still remained, even now not washed away. No one was willing to mention this, nor did they have the heart to talk about this. Everyone wanted to rush home, wishing to immediately leave. Even a few indigenous people inside the city planned to move, not willing to remain here. Only a few needed cultivators were left here to continue protecting this place. Meanwhile, in the future, the various clans would take turns keeping an eye over this place. For many powerful clans, this was a place of bitterness, as well as a place of suffering they weren't willing to return to. If they had the choice, they weren't willing to step foot here again. Shi Hao looked at the powerful Imperial Pass, not knowing when he would return. The day will come when the bugle horns will sound. When that time truly comes, I will no longer be powerless. I will trample down the other side, Shi Hao said to himself. He led a group of kids, all of them the bloodline left behind by that destroyed city. He previously agreed to bring them to a peaceful Pure Land. Are you really going to leave? Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong, and others saw him off. The younger generation's damage was severe. Wei family's 4 phoenixes only had 2 left. Tugu Yulong was beaten miserably. Qi Hong's body half ruined. There were even more who died. Goodbye. Shi Hao brought the children with him, giving Imperial Pass remaining people his goodbyes. How was he supposed to return to the lower realm's 8 regions? This was the issue Shi Hao was wondering about. It was because if he wanted to go back, it really was hard. Back then, it wasn't easy for him to come up, and now the path back was even harder. The 8 regions floated outside the 9 heavens 10 earths, a realm wall protecting the lower realm. It didn't allow power that was too great to descend. Before leaving, I have to meet with some people, Shi Hao said quietly, explaining to the children. At the same time, he had to make a trip through the 9 heavens, consult with some old monsters, figure out how he could head to the lower realm's 8 regions. Just now, everything was too rushed. He was too full of emotions, thoughts all over the place, not paying attention to this matter. He should have asked Immortal Academy's elder for guidance. Go, we're heading to the 9 heavens, to Heavenly Deity Institution, or perhaps Immortal Academy. We should carry out one final gathering. Regardless of whether it was Great Su Tuo, exiled immortal, or Princess Yao Yu and the others, they all invited him. It was because after this battle, everyone really might be separated for a long time. 10 Crown King, exiled immortal, and the others all headed to the 9 heavens as well, because the roots of their inheritances were all there. Imperial Pass had a giant transport formation that could transport them to the 9 heavens. The clans had long went on their way one after the next, leaving this glorious giant city. Are you really going to return to the lower realm? You should just stay here. That place isn't suited to cultivation. I think you should just remain here. Along the way, many people tried to keep him here. This was especially the case with Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, Lunar Jade Rabbit and others, who were even more unwilling to see him leave. If they separated like this, who knew when they could meet again? Perhaps due to imperial past peace, the other side could no longer invade. Many people would forever be separated, never to meet again. The transport formation was massive, the efficiency extremely great. Soon afterwards, they arrived in immeasurable heaven. Xianxia sent the group of children to Heavenly Deity Institution, had them calmly wait for him. Even though these children's clothes were tattered, like a group of beggars, Xianxia knew that they were extremely precious seeds. In the future, they would be a powerful force. Are you really going to leave? Qingyi asked, the expression in her beautiful eyes complicated, carrying a bit of reluctance. Yes, I have to go back. Xianxia nodded. Qingyi sighed, nodding. She wanted to speak out to make him stay, but then shook her head. She knew that after Huang made his decision, he wouldn't change his mind. If you want to go to the lower realm, I will be more than happy to entertain all of you in Stone Village. Then, Xianxia gave his goodbyes to Heavenly Deity Institution's elders, and then went to see Immortal Academy's elder. He discovered that returning to the lower realm really was extremely difficult. This is a problem that has been left behind in history. The lower realm's 8 regions can be said to be a part of the 9 heavens 10 earths, but could also be said to not be. A great individual in the last great era had set down regulations that has rejection properties. Immortal Academy's old man explained to him. It wasn't that he couldn't go back, but rather that it had to be during a certain time. During this period, the will of heaven was difficult to disobey, the realm wall hard to break through. There should be 1 or 2 ancient paths that can safely bring you to the lower realm. When he saw Xiao's disappointment, Immortal Academy's elder said. However, he wasn't too clear on the concrete details, only speculating that there might be a few extremely ancient families that might have secret paths. Soon afterwards, Xiao paid Sacred Academy a visit, seeing that powerful old existence, also asking him about this issue. In the end, the conclusion he reached was roughly the same, while this old supreme being also gave him some clues, telling him that if nothing unexpected happened, then there should be a way to head to the lower realms. Even though nothing was certain, there were some clues. This made Xiao release a slight breath of relief. The younger generation was originally going to hold one final gathering, but due to various reasons, it was continuously postponed. It was because after they returned to their clans, there were too many things they had to report on and explain. At the same time, there were also many who needed treatment. Even Great Sutua and Exiled Immortal had hidden injuries, let alone the others. Meanwhile, quite a few people from the younger generation had died in Desolate Border, what was left behind only the elites. After the great battle, they all became their family's treasures. If nothing unexpected happened, they would become the clan's future leaders. While Xiao was sorting through the various clues in Heavenly Deity Institution, someone came to meet with him. The first to appear was Princess Yao Yu. She also had injuries, almost dying outside Imperial Pass, but after she came back, she was treated by an elder and then hurried over. The family's elders really wish that you could stay. If you can, they are willing to help you with your concerns with the lower realm. Find a way to bring your clansmen and others into the 9 heavens. Princess Yao Yu's long dress fluttered about. Long beautiful hair soft and glossy. Eyes extremely large and moving. She was a stunning beauty, not hiding it at all, representing her family in trying to rope Xiao in. Her clan was a long-life family, an enormous imperial court established in the 9 heavens. Their ancestor was a true immortal, a family that made it through Immortal Ancient's disaster. Without a doubt, they had Immortal Dao secret texts, possessing the most shocking backing. Even the Immortal King Corpse wrapping cloth that was Immortal Ancient's flag belonged to this clan, previously generously lending it to Great Elder Meng Tianjing. Xiao shook his head. Right now, his heart was extremely weary, tired of all of this. He only wished to return to the lower realm, go back to Stone Village. All of this had nothing to do with him anymore. Soon afterwards, Princess Yao Yu's clansman, an elder, sought him out. tactfully expressing that they truly wished that he could remain here, willing to have Princess Yao Yu become his Dao companion. You will definitely become the war god of a generation, go even further than Meng Tianjing. The lower realm is lacking in spiritual essence, not suited to cultivating the Dao, not a place you should stay in at all. The individual from the long-life imperial court tried to convince have him stay behind. I don't want to fight anymore, already a bit weary of cultivation as well. Since the great battle has ended, the army returning home, then I am also removing my armor and returning to the village, perhaps never even returning to the higher realms again. How shook his head, carrying disappointment and frustration. His attitude on this was extremely firm. It was clear that more than a single long-life imperial court sought him out. There were other powers who also continuously paid him a visit. Everyone saw his potential. In the Battle of Desolate Border, he dared to kill emperor clans, moreover actually doing it. He even reached the self-release realm at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely be unstoppable under the heavens, overlooking the strong. In just 2 short days, more than 10 powers visited him, coming to Heavenly Deity Institution, tactfully inviting how to join their influential ancient inheritance. There was no lack of top-level families among them, even more so long-life families. It could be said that they were all some of the greatest powers. However, how turned them down one after another. He didn't want to stir up anything, nor did he want to stay behind. He had long set the resolution that he wouldn't agree no matter who it was that asked. Little friend, could it be that you have some misgivings inside, worried that you would be plotted against by the 9 heavens, which is why you insist on leaving? Su family, which was precisely the long-life imperial court Princess Yao Yu was from, continued to chip away at him. There were important figures who continuously kept in contact, not willing to leave. In the end, someone even spoke like this. This elder felt like he already guessed at what How was feeling, that he had some misgivings, which was why he always said he wouldn't return to the 9 heavens. What about the truth? The elder believed that sooner or later, he would slaughter his way back up. With Huang's nature, he wouldn't remain dormant for too long. Once that time came, he would be like a dragon who emerged from an abyss. How sighed. Senior, you're overthinking things. I really am tired, only wishing to spend the rest of my life in peace. Stay far away from disturbance. This isn't like a young person's nature at all. You are in your prime, in your age of glory, so you should have the will to devour the heavens. How could you be so listless and dejected? The elder said. How shook his head and said, I'm tired, weary, just want to return home. I left when I was young, continuously forging ahead, witnessed glory, the regrets of life and death parting, the Tao and path of cultivators, witnessed too much. When I turn back now, what I sought all seems so pointless and insignificant. I only wish to go back and peacefully spend a period without conflict, staying far away from killing and conflict. The elder was a bit speechless. He felt like this youngster was just too pessimistic, not like a youngster at all, lacking that edge, that exceptional brilliance he had in Imperial Pass when his aura engulfed 10,000 li. He really was at his wit's end, unable to persuade the other party no matter what he tried, only able to take his leave again. Of course, the imperial court behind Princess Yao Yu wouldn't give up on him. They still had their own people come to Heavenly Deity Institution. During this process, even though how tactfully turned them down, from his interactions with the various powers, he learned how to safely return to the lower realm. He asked all of those people how to head down those rumored ancient paths. Unfortunately, none of them were able to provide precise information, at most a few clues. However, How now had some ideas, knowing what direction to focus his efforts at. As long as it wasn't impossible, there was still a chance. Then things weren't that bad. Then, an important figure from Heaven Mending Dao appeared, leaving How a bit shocked. This was the sect Qing Yi was in now, as well as where Yu Chan returned to, one of the 9 heavens' most powerful inheritances. The lower realm had a Heaven Mending Pavilion, the 3,000 provinces Heaven Mending sect, while the 9 heavens above had Heaven Mending Dao, continuing from the past until now. This was an extremely glorious and ancient inheritance. Little friend, we are fully aware of your matters. In the end, You still share some fate with my sect's disciples Qingyi and Yuchan. No matter what had happened before, there is definitely a bit of good karma now. This elder's smile was amiable, an extremely sincere expression on his face. He spoke extremely directly. Heaven-mending Dao had a method that could bring everyone from Stone Village, even Stone Country's higher levels, directly up, saying that sure Hao didn't have to worry at all. As long as he was willing, they could immediately do this. Don't you wish to return to your homeland? We can directly bring your pure land up here. Heaven-mending Dao was indeed extremely strong, daring to make this type of promise. It is me who wishes to go down, not bring them up here. Sure Hao shook his head. These were two different things. How dangerous was it in the 9 heavens above? No one understood this better than him. Wang family was always watching him like a tiger watching their prey. While Jin Taijun actually didn't die yet, the supreme beings were all wounded, almost dying. They were now all recuperating. Even though Jin Taijun didn't have much lifespan left, for sure Hao, this wasn't some good news. The most crucial thing was that this wasn't the biggest issue. Before, who was it that defected to the other side? Which clan was it that betrayed the 9 heavens 10 earths? Even now no one knew. Moreover, this world still had immortals. He had heard secret information that there were creatures of that level who were struggling at death's door. The past Kuan Peng battle, as well as the reason why the sinner's bloodline was convicted of sin, these all signified that there was a terrifying power that couldn't be overlooked. Meanwhile, what was the most intolerable was that they had already fought to such a level in Desolate Border. Yet the so-called immortals still didn't appear, not fighting. This led to Meng Tianjing's death. The so-called sleeping immortals, the most powerful existences. If they were willing to come out and fight, Meng Tianjing wouldn't have had to leave behind such regrets. No one went out to fight, so Great Elder had no choice but to sever his own future. When he thought of these things, sure Hao could only sigh and clench his fists. That was why he decided to go far away into the lower realms, returning to his homeland. Even if that place was like a prison, the place where the Kuan Peng ran away in defeat to, for him it was a safe place. He needed time to recover, wanted to lay low in the lower realm. The time when he would rise like a dragon would come. Actually, it's all the same. By bringing them up, it is enough as long as you all can reunite. The higher realms' cultivation resources are so abundant, while the lower realms are too impoverished. Heaven-mending Dao's elder said. Does heaven-mending Dao have any methods to directly send me down? Sure Hao asked. When the elder heard this, he was a bit embarrassed. The difficulty of bringing people up versus sending Sure Hao down couldn't even be compared. Just how high could the cultivation levels of the people from Stone Village be? Meanwhile, Sure Hao was now at the self-release realm, 2 entirely different levels of existence. In the past, the 3,000 provinces sect leaders barely managed to send down some divine flame realm cultivators, all of them paying a huge price to do so. Now, sending a self-release realm cultivator down really was just something out of a fantasy. This was something no inheritance could accomplish, an impossible mission. Unless they found those ancient paths, there was no need to even think about it. If they forcefully sent someone down to the lower realm, not only would Sure Hao die, the one who tried to do this, heaven-mending Dao and others, would also suffer tremendous consequences. I heard that you and Qingyi share Dao companion karma. Are you just this heartless, going to walk away, abandon everything? The elder had no choice, in the end bracing himself and actually speaking these words. From this, one could see that they really wanted Sure Hao to remain. Even the powerful heaven-mending Dao which had remained glorious throughout endless ages lacked a terrifying youngster like Huang. Now, there was no need for anyone to say anything. Every clan in the 9 heavens knew just how terrifying Huang was. In front of Imperial Pass, when he said that he would kill Emperor clans, he didn't show any mercy. Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens, how many people could accomplish this? Emperor clans were the most powerful powers. Yet when fighting in a battle at the same level, they were still chopped up like vegetables, slaughtered until blood splashed across the great desert, corpses lying before Imperial Pass. This was a war god sapling. If he was given a bit more time, he could definitely dominate the heavens above and earth below. Perhaps he already couldn't be considered a sapling because he was now already a self-release realm cultivator. Moreover, he was only 20-something, breaking legends, exceeding all predecessors. There was no self-release realm cultivator younger than him that could be found. At the very least, there wasn't a second even in this entire great era. That was why as long as they could rope ensure how it was worth any price. If they gave this youngster another period of glory, he would definitely become unmatched under the heavens. The ones who acquired Huang would be in an invincible position. This was something a few great powers all acknowledged, which was why they continuously visited him, doing everything they could to get him on their side. If heaven-mending Dao really has these intentions, then at worst, Qing can come with me to the lower realms. As long as she is willing, and you all don't stop her, isn't this also a share of good karma? Shihao said. That is fine, there are no problems. This elder perhaps already knew that Shihao's will was firm, actually no longer advising against it, instead directly nodding, agreeing to this suggestion. Shihao was shocked. The other side really was decisive. However, you know that she is one with Yuchan. If they are separated for too long, there will be problems. The elder said. Shihao frowned. It was because at his cultivation realm, he already understood a sufficient amount about a few ancient methods, deeply aware of some taboos and other things. They will merge together sooner or later, after all. The method she has cultivated is not complete. Otherwise, the Tao fruit will be hindered, perhaps even damaging her soul. My advice is for you to head to the lower realm after they merge together in the 9 heavens. Continue on your path. The elder advised. Shihao laughed, not saying anything. Little friend, perhaps you feel like I am only doing this half-heartedly, but I am serious. However, I can say that you definitely can't delay your decision. How about this? I will have a talk with Yuchan, have her go together with Qing with you to the lower realms, and then carry out that final merging in the so-called Stone Village. The elder said. Shihao was stunned, and then he laughed, saying, Your respected self is gifting wives moreover two at once? The elder got up and left. From his intentions, he actually really was going to return to heaven-mending Dao, to start putting this into action. Shihao was stupefied. He really found it hard to imagine what kind of reaction Yuchan, who had always opposed him and showed hostility, would produce. During these days, there were people with great influence who continuously paid visits to Heavenly Deity Institution trying to rope in Shihao. Their objectives were clear, which was precisely to turn him into their sex protector. Everyone knew that in the future, he would definitely have that type of power, that he would become an undefeated war god. However, everyone failed, unable to make him stay. They all already knew about his resolution. During this time, Shihao continuously obtained new information. He asked around, collecting all types of valuable clues, making preparations for when he returned to the lower realm. Are you really going to leave? The 9 heavens aren't even that bad, the environment suited for cultivation. You leaving like this makes me feel a bit reluctant. The golden little heavenly horned ant said. He settled down in Heavenly Deity Institution, because there was an immortal cave underneath, which was his home. The heavenly horned ant suggested for it to cultivate with him, that there was no need to fear supreme beings coming to attack. However, Shihao shook his head, not agreeing. What is so good about the lower realm? Everyone is saying how impoverished it is, not suited to cultivation. If you return like this, you'll be applying shackles onto yourself, your cultivation speed will become slow. The lunar jade rabbit said. After several years had passed, her appearance still didn't change at all, just like how it was when they first met her. Around 13 or 14, complexion fine like jade. Her silver hair hung down to her waist, glossy like a mirror, large eyes like rubies, sparkling and translucent. Her entire figure was beautiful like a porcelain doll. Are you going to return? Don't tell me you really are going to return to a civilian life, going into seclusion just like this. Chao Yuxing asked. Chang Gongyan, Feng Wu, and the other old friends came, chatting with Shihao. Then even the witch appeared. I want to ask for your help, Shihao said. Before leaving, he wanted to spend a great deal to buy some things, for example, divine medicines. Divine medicines? These people were stunned. Even in the 9 heavens above, this type of thing was extremely precious, extremely difficult to find. Don't you have a void sky, divine vine, heavenly deity tree, and others on you? Why do you still want more? They were confused. When Sure Hao was in Imperial Pass before leaving to the other side, he gifted out the immortal sword core and other artifacts, but then his friends returned them. They knew well what he had on him. Of course, there were some things Sure Hao directly gifted to them, not taking them back again. You all have already said that the lower realms are deficient, a place that is extremely barren. I want to bring a few stalks of divine medicine down with me and plant them in Stone Village. Let my clansmen live a bit longer. Sure Hao said. For ordinary people, even if they didn't eat divine medicines, just breathing in the fragrance of the medicines and living where the divine medicines existed could slow down their aging. All right. What do you plan on using to purchase them? I have some immortal gold fragments here. Even more so a powerful mount. Sure Hao said. When he spoke up to hear, everyone turned around. A golden lion was currently glaring at them angrily, releasing a low roar. Its entire body was golden, lion mane brilliant and thick, extremely intimidating. This was the fearless lion, moreover one who retraced its ancestry. Its blood was pure, extremely strong, originating from the other side. Back then, it had chased after Sure Hao together with the young emperor clan Suagu, chasing down Sure Hao in Heavenly Beast Forest. Later on, he was subdued into a mount, brought back to Imperial Pass. Everyone knew that this mount was too special, that it was extremely strong. Moreover, it came from the other side, having too many secrets. One could well imagine that a few great powers really wanted to obtain it. Moreover, with those long-life families backing, they might even have methods to force it into submission, obtain its inheritance. This was, unless it was too ferocious, immediately choosing death. However, it followed him all this time precisely because it didn't want to die. It even wanted to one day climb over Huang. This lion is extremely formidable. When it was in Imperial Pass, it had previously fought with Jinzhan, extremely astonishing, indeed can be sold for a good price. Chao Yuxing nodded. Oh, the fearless lion seemed even more angry. Soon afterwards, news went out that Huang wanted divine medicines, secret texts and others. The price he offered was definitely worthwhile, including immortal gold and a pure-blooded foreign fearless lion. The fearless lion originally belonged to the Nine Heavens, a member of the ancient monk bloodline, but it later defected to the other side. After all these years, there were still many people who remembered them. It seems like Huang really is dead set on leaving. This is in preparation to bring those divine medicines into the lower realms. There really was someone who brought over divine medicine. It was quite shocking. However, she didn't take Sure Hao's immortal gold fragments or the fearless lion, instead directly gifting them. This was someone from Sky-Severing Dao, belonging to the Witches sect. The 3,000 provinces had the Sky-Severing sect. In the 9 heavens above was the Sky-Severing Dao, similar to Qin Yi's sect. The two, having antagonistic relationships, didn't get along with each other. Little friend actually wants to go to the lower realms. After we part today, I wonder when we can see your unmatched glory once more. What is a single stalk of divine medicine worth? Just treat it as our parting gift. That middle-aged woman was extremely generous, gifting it like this and then going into the distance. Soon afterwards, Sacred Academy and Immortal Academy's people also came, each gifting him with a stalk of divine medicine. Sigh. Immortal Academy's elder side, Meng Tianjing died, now forever gone. They didn't even have divine medicines here. Back then, when I attempted the body as a seed, Senior Meng spared no expenditure. How could it lack divine medicines? Too many great treasures were used up, Sure Hao said. When he thought of these things, he wanted to leave all of these divine medicines in Heavenly Deity Institution, but he was rejected. How about I just leave this lion here, have it watch over the academy? Sure Hao decided to just leave the fearless lion behind. Forget it, now that the world is at peace. Heavenly Deity Institution is different from the other two academies. It won't exist for long. It is best if you just bring it away. Moreover, this is a vicious individual. When it grows up, not many can subdue it. If it is left here for a few hundred years to 1,000 years, once 10,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years pass, it might very well become a disaster. An elder said, What he was trying to say was that a vicious beast at this level was very suited as a mount. The others all felt that this was reasonable, nodding. Someone who could kill Emperor clan individuals naturally needed a vicious beast as his mount. The fearless lion was resentful. Came from the other side, so how could it become a mount? Moreover, why did that Mo Dao recover his freedom? Mo Dao was Mo Xian's younger brother, later on subdued by Shi Hao. Now, he already recovered his freedom. Not long afterwards, a white-clothed beauty entered Heavenly Deity Institution, coming to pay Shi Hao a visit. It was actually Wang Shi. She came with a piece of information. Immortal Wang, who was recovering, had her send a message. He was willing to pass on the chaos calming art to Shi Hao. This information was too shocking. This was the chaos calming art, known to be one of the most powerful attack methods, definitely one of the world's greatest techniques. Moreover, this method possessed extraordinary significance for Shi Hao, because this was a method that targeted cultivation of the primordial spirit, able to temper an unbreakable primordial spirit sword core, making his strength increase greatly. He had the imperishable scripture that focused on the body. If he added the chaos calming art, then wouldn't that be the making of an unequaled existence? Shi Hao sighed. In the end, he refused, obviously in a tactful manner. For Wang Shi to appear here meant that Wang family also had interest in getting him on their side. Otherwise, Wang Shi, who he had many previous conflicts with, wouldn't have appeared. However, Shi Hao didn't want to go there, didn't want to go into Wang family. When Jin family heard the news, they were extremely dissatisfied. Regardless, Jin Zhan was still alive. Yet Wang family sent Wang Shi to meet Huang. What was the meaning of this? Several days later, the last gathering of the younger generation happened. Quite a few people arrived at the academy. When they saw Huang, they asked him to stay, but there were also some who only came to drink and chat merrily, have one final gathering. After the desolate border battle, many clans wanted to return. As for those young experts, they were all going to return to their homelands as well. They came from different places, scattered across the 9 heavens 10 earths. Normally speaking, unless it was a supreme being or some great powers, traveling between these different ancient lands was extremely difficult. It was to the extent where there were some places that were extremely difficult to even enter. This meant that once some people left, they might not meet again for many years. The last gathering was extremely peaceful. Many people came, for example exiled Immortal, 10 Crown King, and Taoist Chigu. Even Imperial Pass Tugu Yulong, Qihong, and others, these people who never went far from Imperial Pass, left their homes during this period of peace. We are missing many people, someone said with a sigh. There were some formidable geniuses who would never appear again. They already died in battle. For example, Sacred Academy's EE, stunning and brilliant, yet ended up being killed outside Imperial Pass, body directly exploding, not even a corpse remaining, dying extremely miserably. There was also Lan Xian, her condition unknown. Her body was destroyed in desolate border, but the perfect seed shone, bringing some of her flesh and spirit away. However, after many days had passed, there were still no news about her. There was also Jin Zhan, even though he was rescued by the clan's secret treasure. Recently, Jin family's people had always been extremely worried. His Dao Foundation had been injured. Whether or not he could recover was really hard to say. Sigh! Tugu Yulong released a light sigh. There were too many who died. Even someone as strong as him, after that battle, he was almost crippled. That day, someone's spear impaled his body, making half his body explode. What left him the most emotional was that his fiancée died. One of Wei family's 4 phoenixes, actually killed before his very eyes, her blood as if still flying before his eyes. Wei family's 4 phoenixes. After that battle, they only had 2 left. After that battle, the 9 heavens' young outstanding talents only clashed briefly with the other side. Yet they lost half of their numbers. These casualties really were extremely shocking. At first, it was still extremely calm, drinking lightly. Eventually, everyone finally let themselves go. It was because they all knew that the great battle had finished. From here on forth, they would live apart from each other. Hard to say if they would meet each other again in this life. In the end, a few people became drunk. Many of them were laughing, crying, revealing their true emotions. Sigh, my brother died too miserably. He gave up his life in front of Imperial Pass to save me. A youngster wept. Wei Min, that day, it was because I was impaled by someone's spear that you ran over out of worry. In the end, you were the one who died. It really is hard for me to find peace. Tugu Yulong blamed himself. He felt like his fiancée's death was largely because of him. These were the repercussions of war. Many people were unable to break free from that battle. Some people cried, some people laughed. There were others who were full of fighting spirit. In that instant, many familiar people wanted to exchange pointers with Shi Hao, for example, 10 Crown King, as well as the Protector's descendant Duguyun. However, he refused them all. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Goodbye. In the end, Shi Hao got up, taking large steps into the distance. Heavenly Deity Institution, the innermost depths. On an extremely massive sacrificial platform rested a warship. It was dark green, flowing with metallic luster. A group of children were standing on it, precisely the sinner's blood descendants. Now, they were no longer wearing ragged clothes, long changed into new clothes. The children were no longer filthy, washed clean, revealing their tender little faces. The great war came to an end, blood and bone blossoming. Desolate borders chaos concluded. They were going to follow Shi Hao far away, start new lives. They all felt a bit nervous, but also a bit excited, at the same time a bit lost. Goodbye! The children on the warship all waved their hands, saying their goodbyes to everyone who sent them off. Take care, everyone, Shi Hao said, saying goodbye to everyone. Outside the altar, there were many people, for example, exiled Immortal, Great Su Tuo, Princess Yao Yu, even Wang Shi. Among them, Chang Gongyan, Chao Yuxing, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others were naturally not missing, some of their eyes becoming sour. After today, they really didn't know if they could meet again. Now that Huang chose to go back, head to the lower realms, if he wanted to leave that prison again, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, judging from his mental condition, it seemed like he didn't want to come out again. From today forth, they would live far apart, unknown when they could meet again. Why do you have to go? The little rabbit shed tears, actually crying. One day, I will go down to look for you. I hope the day comes when we can meet you again. Who knows, maybe I'll be buried by you then. Chao Yuxing's voice was hoarse. He never forgot the prophecy his master told him, long suspecting that the one who should appear was Shi Hao. After I look around the 9 heavens a bit more, I'll return to the 3,000 provinces. Take care of yourself, Chang Gongyan said. In reality, there was a group of people who were returning to the 3,000 provinces, but they didn't move yet, choosing to temporarily remain in the 9 heavens, visit the various sects as well as the famous mountains and great rivers first. They finally arrived in the 9 heavens above. Once they went back, it would be hard to come back up again. Shi Hao looked in that direction. Of that large group of people who originally came from the 3,000 provinces, there weren't many left now. Teng Yi, Jinggu, Fengwu, and the others were alive, but what about the others? They all withered away, bones buried in a foreign land. It truly is regretful that I couldn't fight it out with you. Even if I lost, it would have been an enjoyable defeat. 10 Crown King sighed. His movements were powerful like a young monarch. A freak like you with that crazy tree, who will want to fight with you? Even a random smack from it would completely destroy a place. Chao Yuxing said. This was naturally teasing. Everyone knew that 10 Crown King wanted to fight Shi Hao, and with his nature, he naturally wouldn't use the world tree sapling. Suddenly, loud crying sounded. The heavenly horned ant was extremely broken-hearted. Shi Hao, you said you were going with me to kill He Wushuang, but we didn't even kill his descendant. I can't accept this. My brothers and sisters all died under He Wushuang's hands. This is so hateful. I hope you won't just remain dejected, that you can walk out of that prison powerfully one day. Slaughter your way into the other side with me. These were words of grief, as well as words meant to encourage Shi Hao. However, this made everyone's expressions change. Now, the great battle ended. There really weren't many people who were willing to enter Desolate Border again. There were too many heroic spirits buried there. Comparatively speaking, there weren't that many people who died in this world. If Imperial Pass was broken through, then that would be unimaginable. At the final moment, Immortal Academy's little Sky King, 9 Netherworlds AO, and others who had previously clashed with How also came to see him off. They waved in his direction, one glass of wine washing away all grudges. From today forth, they might never meet again, so what was there they couldn't put behind them? How was moved. He produced an azure armor, saying, "Little Sky King, returning this." With a shake of his hand, the armor flew out. I was scammed. What extra strand of immortal energy? At the self-severing realm, it doesn't have much effects anymore. How said with a smile. This armor was known as a priceless secret treasure, because it could allow the wearer to have an extra strand of immortal energy. Back then, How seized it from that individual from Immortal Academy who provoked him. However, reality proved that there were some heaven and earth natural laws that couldn't be gone against. I'll just gift it to you. Just leave it with those kids, or pass it on to your disciple. Little Sky King waved his hand, sending it back. Fine. How didn't bicker with him over this. Hung Long. The altar shone, becoming incomparably dazzling, about to open up an ancient path that led to the 3,000 provinces. This time, they didn't go through Imperial Pass or the desolate border. It was a group of old figures who personally operated the formation, opening up a path for How. On the altar, auspicious multicolored light was endless, surging with life. You coming? How asked Shuri below the altar. They came from the same place. I am not. Shuri shook his head. He chose to remain behind, not returning to the lower realm's 8 regions. Chi. A path appeared, piercing through the world. The warship released a wung sound. It began to set off, entering inside. How turned around one last time, his eyes passing over the familiar faces one after another. He saw Qing Yi flying over from the distance. She was waving her hand, shouting out some words. However, he couldn't hear them anymore. Divine brilliance surged. How and the warship thus disappeared. Inside the spatial passage, the green gold warship moved steadily, passing through the realm wall. One could even vaguely make out the stars in the black cosmos, vast and boundless. The 10 Earths of the 9 heavens. 10 Earths weren't stars, but instead all ancient continents, every single piece large beyond compare. There was an endless starry sea separating them, even realm walls in the way. The distance was extremely far, normal cultivators unable to find another ancient great continent even if they flew for over 100 lifetimes. As for the 9 heavens, there were definitely realm walks in the way, each in their respective mysterious space. The great Tao force was comparatively more complete and terrifying. What is that? There's a ship. Suddenly, a child cried out in alarm. In the distance, there was an ancient ship, incredibly massive, entirely pitch black, dyed in blood. It silently passed by. How was startled, his expression immediately changing. Chi. Then, in another region, immortal light surged. He saw someone ascend to immortality in the limits of the reign of light, that area too brilliant. Achieved immortality? A young girl cried out in alarm, her rosy small face full of curiosity. How was shocked. Why did he end up encountering this type of thing? Wanglong. A palace appeared, surging with chaotic energy, majestic and dignified, rising and falling in the distance. Hao's expression was serious, inwardly shaken. This was really unusual, an incomparably terrifying major event. The blood-soaked black-colored ancient ship, the ancient palace that released chaotic energy, as well as the immortal ascension scene. These were the 3 most terrifying things he encountered along this spatial journey. From past until present, not many people were willing to encounter any of these things, because running into any one of these could mean death. Today, Hao actually ran into all 3. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be alarmed? The 3 most terrifying things all appeared at the same time. He opened his heavenly eyes, carefully examining these things. Something wasn't right. That place was accompanied by a temporal aura, the power of the river of time. Shadows of history, imprints of time? He now relaxed a bit. Otherwise, If he encountered these three most inauspicious things that left most people in despair from past to present while bringing these kids, then it would definitely be extremely troublesome. Hong. In the distance, a long river of time stretched across. Sure enough, somehow, it triggered these remnant images. And Sure Hao seemed to have witnessed a segment of history. However, soon afterwards he was shocked, because he saw an indistinct figure that was breaking apart, covered in blood, splitting into 6 parts that rushed in 6 different directions. Was this individual dividing himself up and sealing himself? Why was it this intense? Then he saw the immortal smelting pot, a great grave as well as a sea. These things all hurriedly passed in a flash. Too quick. There was no way the children could see these things because even with Sure Hao's cultivation, he could only capture some afterimages. These were all time fragments left behind from the ancient times, time imprints, the past spatial afterimages. He remained silent, not saying anything. Desolate Border's great battle had ended, already concluded. However, he instead felt like this world seemed to have become even more overcast, that something was going to happen sooner or later. Hong. The green warship trembled, rushing out of the spatial passage, arriving at its destination, the 3,000 provinces. Uncle, did we arrive? A 6 or 7-year-old child raised his small face, asking nervously but also excitedly. This is a relay station, but we are now close. We are staying here for a few days first. Sure Hao said. He was going to seek out some ancient families, ask them about the paths into the lower realms. 3,000 provinces. I've returned. Sure Hao released a sigh. This great earth was vast and limitless. This was a place of gratitude and grudges. Many things happening here. He felt a bit sentimental. Back then, when he first entered the higher realms, he was only a teenager. In a flash, so many years passed. He could now already overlook a region. The assassin organization Heavenly Country, as well as demonic Sunflower Garden, Underworld Earth, Immortal Palace, Celestial Clan. Have you all been well? Sure Hao's eyes were cold. Back then, these inheritances had all wanted to get rid of him. Desolate Border had troubles, yet none of you showed yourself. Now that the world is at peace, are you all going to appear now? Sure Hao felt anger inside. Only, this great continent was definitely not simple, because there might be an immortal struggling at death's door here. On this great land, there was a true immortal who was laying dormant, not appearing in Desolate Border's great battle. This really made others sigh. What could they even say? At the very least, Sure Hao knew that there was one that was living in Immortal Palace. This had already been confirmed. Sure Hao was momentarily absent-minded. But then he raised his head. His return to the 3,000 provinces was most likely not a secret, many people likely already learning of it. He was careful, not becoming careless because of his current cultivation level. He was going to leave soon, so he didn't want anything unexpected to happen. When he was in the 9 heavens, everything was quite peaceful, not many incidents happening. Even Jin family who was at odds with him played their part, not looking for trouble. This was naturally related to Jin Taijun being in critical condition, recovering in seclusion right now. What was more important was that Sure Hao's reputation became too great after the Desolate Border battle, establishing glorious contributions. Right now, even if it was supreme beings, they wouldn't defy the universal will of the people. The existence of a living immortal really makes it hard for one to feel at ease. Sure Hao sighed. He came to the 3,000 provinces but had to be on guard. Big brother, where are we going? A 4 or 5-year-old child asked, face round and rosy like a big apple. These children were all extremely close to him, but the way they addressed him were all different. Some of them liked to call him uncle while some called him big brother. These children's foundation and talents were all great. All of them the most precious cultivation seeds. Sure Hao took care of them well, hoping that they could grow up to become heaven-reaching great trees. I am going to visit some people, bring them back home, Sure Hao said. When he ascertained where he was, he discovered that this place wasn't that far from Demon Province, thus immediately deciding to hurry over, looking for his own grandfather Shi Zhongtian. His grandfather, Grandpa 15, was known by the people as the Great Demonic God. He should be in Demon Province, remaining in the fiery mountains. Shurhao's heart was set on returning home, so he really wanted to immediately see his grandfather. A single parting and many years passed. Was he still doing well? He and his grandfather didn't spend much time together, but he could feel his grandfather's love towards him, previously risking it all for his life. Regardless of whether it was the great battle in the lower realm Stone Country or the confrontation against Immortal Mountain in the higher realm, all of it left Shurhao extremely moved. When he was young, for the sake of getting some Pisho true blood, Grandpa 15 lost an arm. One could see just how much this person cared for him. This green-colored warship flew through the sky, speed extremely great. It moved through the clouds and mist, not needing to use any altars at all, directly rushing forward. Under the clouds and mist, on the ground, great rivers extended, great mountains towered, the scenery extremely grand. They entered Demon Province, arriving in this land. Demon Province, the reason it had this name was because there was an inheritance that occupied this ancient land, Black Orchid Mountain. Many black sunflowers growing here. That place was known as Demonic Sunflower Garden, powerful plant-type cultivators residing there. Apart from this province had always been in turmoil from past until now, a place ravaged by war, demons roaming this place year-round. The green gold warship slowed down. Shurhao found it hard to calm down. Was his grandfather still here, or did he leave to journey the word? Would he return? This was a plateau that stretched out for hundreds of thousands of li, extremely dried up and withered, lacking life. Soon afterwards, the ship entered an expanse of volcanoes. Shurhao leapt out, directly diving down. However, this place was extremely quiet, not sensing the great demonic god's aura. There were some volcanoes that were surging with magma, smoke everywhere, extremely terrifying. It was like a scene from hell. There were some volcanoes that had long exploded, drying up, now no longer having any activity. "Grandpa!" Shurhao called out softly, but his voice could ring through 100,000 li, clearly transmitted to every corner. However, no one replied, no great demonic god Grandpa 15 in sight. Shurhao didn't move, feeling extremely dejected. He wanted to immediately meet with his grandfather, but in the end, he couldn't. He clearly left for many years, because there were no signs of inhabitation here. Roaming the world. Shurhao found these 3 words. They were extremely simple, written for him, left behind by Grandpa 15. There should still be other words, only the volcano's eruption corroded the magma walls. Grandpa 15 wasn't in danger, leaving calmly, just traveling about. Shurhao could sense this type of emotion from those 3 words, this making him release a breath of relief. After a light sigh, Shurhao felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. He returned to the green gold warship. "Uncle, you didn't find Grandpa?" a little girl asked. They already knew what Shurhao was here for. "Let's go, we'll meet him in the future," Shurhao said. The warship traveled across the sky, speed not that fast, slowly leaving. Shurhao carried reluctance, continuously turning around, hoping to see his grandpa return. Dong! Up ahead, the void shook greatly. Another warship that was scarlet-red appeared, as if it was smeared in a layer of blood, full of vicious energy. It rushed out from the void, almost smashing into the green warship. It was clear that someone was moving through the void, just exiting a great spatial crack. Shurhao frowned, controlling the warship, moving out of the way. However, what he didn't expect was that a streak of sword radiance shot over, directly hacking towards their warship. The sword energy was extremely chilly, carrying an intent of destruction, cold-blooded and ruthless, ready to kill everyone on the ship. Dang! Shurhao stuck out a finger. With a light shake, the sword energy was scattered. He stood at the front of the ship, staring forward coldly. When Heavenly Country's warship moves, who dares stand in its path? At the front of the ship, someone berated. When he heard that it was Heavenly Country, Shurhao's expression immediately became cold. This assassin organization was extremely bloody and notorious, committed who knew how many foul deeds. Back then, he had previously been targeted by this sect as well. Even Heavenly Country's lord had previously acted against him. There was even less of a need to talk about their younger generation. Previously, in the 3000 provinces competition, Heavenly Country's divine child and others had surrounded Shi Hao, yet unfortunately, they were all killed by Shi Hao in the end. Of course, if it was just this bit, then that was that Shi Hao wouldn't carry such hatred. In his heart, there was always a prick. He never forgot how miserably Ghost Grandpa died. In the lower realms, Heaven Mending Pavilion's Ghost Grandpa was killed in the ancient times precisely by Heavenly Country, while Ghost Grandpa's remnant soul had previously followed Shi Hao for some time. Dong! Shi Hao reached out a finger, but this time, he didn't show any mercy. With a dang sound, the scarlet-red warship immediately exploded, breaking apart. Who? Inside the great warship, a voice sounded incomparably furious. At the same time, the entire warship grew dim, moreover quickly disappearing. This was Heavenly Country's way of doing things, always carrying out hidden attacks. Once they encountered hostility, they would either fight or immediately go into hiding, then assassinate their target. Hong! Shi Hao released a light scoff. In the sky, endless lightning appeared, drowning the void. Then that place directly exploded. That damaged warship had nowhere to hide. Senior. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. On the warship, someone spoke up, lowering their stance, immediately becoming weak. Then, a stocky individual appeared, a middle-aged man, speaking out, "Dao brother, please quell your anger. We unintentionally offended you." However, how could Shi Hao believe that they were reasonable? Just now, they were going to destroy his green warship without uttering a single word. These vicious individuals were merely acting flexibly according to the situation, discovering that he wasn't someone they could provoke. Suddenly, that person was alarmed, saying with a trembling voice, "You, Shi Hao." Back then, Shi Hao's portrait had been spread through a few great sects, many people recognizing him. This middle-aged man was part of Heavenly Country's higher levels, so he naturally saw this portrait before. At this moment, the middle-aged man became ashen-faced, immediately feeling a huge headache, sweat pouring down his forehead. His entire body went cold. It was actually this disastrous brat that he ran into. Shi Hao! The others were also horrified because recently there were rumors going around that the past Shi Hao had risen up quickly, his name resounding through the 9 heavens, even more so swept through too many enemies in desolate border, establishing illustrious contributions. Now, some people already knew that the past youngster defied the heavens, powerful to the point where they couldn't go against him. Where is Heavenly Country's foundation rooted? Shi Hao asked, his voice just too indifferent. Since they actually ran into each other, he really wanted to make a trip to Heavenly Country. Only Heavenly Country was too mysterious. For outsiders, even though they knew where the nominal palace was, they didn't know where the inheritance was. It was because Heavenly Country also knew that as an assassin organization, they provoked too many grudges. There was no way they could reveal their true divine country ancestral land. "I do not know." This middle-aged man trembled. It was because he sensed how strong Shi Hao was. A terrifying aura spread, making his entire body go ice-cold. "If that's the case, then you can just go on your way." Shi Hao didn't say too much, a hand reaching out. Hong Long. That ship broke apart. A few assassins also screaming out, all of them turning into a bloody mist. The middle-aged man released a great roar. Even though he did everything he could, resisting with all of his cultivation, it was still too hard for him to preserve his life. He also exploded, body and spirit erased. Shi Hao was calm inside, not showing any mercy, not feeling any guilt either. It was because these were a group of killers, infamous, evil to the extreme, all of them needing to be punished. If it was other inheritances, even if they had grudges against him, he wouldn't kill them all so directly without a second thought. "Stop! Who dares act unbridled in my demon province?" In the distance, fluctuations sounded. A low roar transmitted over. "Who are you?" Shi Hao asked. "Demonic Sunflower Garden's second elder." In the distance, someone transmitted sound, moreover directly asking, "I came to welcome Heavenly Country's Dao friend. You killed him?" It was clear that that person only knew how serious and terrifying the situation was after arriving. His expression immediately became unnatural. Then he turned around to run. He really was scared badly. Someone of the higher levels of Heavenly Country was directly slapped to death. All of the assassins on the ship killed. This was definitely not some small matter. Demonic Sunflower Garden? I was just about to take a look, Xianxia said, his voice a bit cold. Back then, Demonic Sunflower Garden's lord had also tried to kill him. Since he was here, then he naturally had to pay them a visit, see just how strong this person was. Shwa! Xianxia got up, pulling the golden lion behind him, leaving the warship. He shrunk the warship with a great divine ability, collecting it into his sleeves. Then he sat on the fearless lion's back, directly heading towards Demonic Sunflower Garden. The golden lion took in and sent out clouds of smoke, golden mist hazy as it surrounded everything, covering mountains and rivers. The scene was extremely terrifying, carried Xianxia forward, crossing the clouds. Its body was strong, golden mane hanging down to its front claws, looking extremely ferocious. This lion, forget about the 3,000 provinces, even in the 9 heavens it was a great vicious being. It had a rare bloodline, because the fearless lions were already hard to find in this present age. This species was extremely strong. How many people could have them as mounts? Right now, this lion was full of anger. It was a glorious fearless lion who retraced its ancestry, a species who dared challenge Immortal Monk King back then. It was the inheritor of this generation, yet it ended up as the mount of another. Ow! The golden lion released a roar. Even though it was overcast, it still shook the mountains and earth. If not for Xianxia giving it a slap, making it restrain the terrifying Great Tao ripples, who knew just how much of the mountains and rivers below would collapse. Despite this being the case, within a range of tens of thousands of li, mountain peaks shook, ancient trees snapped, crazy winds swept about. The scene was extremely shocking. The holy land of plant cultivation, Demonic Sunflower Garden, was right before them, already not that far away. Dark light was hazy, auspicious energy rising. The demonic sunflower race resided in this place, an extremely powerful species with mysterious origins. Normally, no one dared provoke them. Even though it was named Demonic Sunflower Garden, it was inside a mountain, this place known as Black Orchid Mountain. This was a place that had a great reputation in the 3,000 provinces. Demonic Sunflower Garden's lord was called Demon Lord by some people. His strength was great, magical force deep and profound, an extremely terrifying existence. However, those who were well-informed were more scared of the old sect master behind him. That was the true old demon lord, his magical force world shocking. Of course, not many people knew that this old demon lord was still alive. The great mountain was majestic and imposing. They arrived at Black Orchid Mountain. The mountain gate was vast, ancient trees towering inside one after another. There were sun-facing demonic sunflowers that flowed with black light, making the spiritual essence here shockingly rich. Oh! The golden lion released a great roar upon entering here. Xianxia didn't stop it, descending from the heavens while riding it just like that. Clouds and mist surged, spreading to this place. No matter how they looked at the golden lion, he seemed like a great vicious being. When it roared, the entire mountain gate shook endlessly. Kacha! When it landed on the ground, the limestone stairs in front of the gate completely collapsed. A few demon cliff steels all exploding, rubble rushing into the skies. One had to understand that these were all divine steels that had magic force added to them, great formations laid around them. Even if meteors from outer space smashed down, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yet now, when the golden lion descended, just the aura that leaked out already made the main gate about to explode, as if it was facing the fate of destruction. Who? In front of the mountain gate, someone shouted out. This was a group of experts in charge of protecting the gate. Behind them were black divine rings. They were, without a doubt, the demonic sunflower race. These were innate black flame rings. Hurry and retreat. Don't ask anymore. In the skies, a voice shouted. That was Demonic Sunflower Garden's second elder, moving before the golden lion, wishing to escape back here. But what was embarrassing was that he was instead left behind. Demonic sunflower gardens plant cultivators were all freakishly strong. When they heard this, they were all shocked, all of them shaken up. Even Second Elder was scared. Who exactly was this person? Huang. He is the Huang from back then. In the end, someone recognized him. Hong Long. Sure Hao remained silent. But the golden lion advanced. The giant golden claws descended, crushing the mountain gate. The mountains cracked apart, rubble rushing into the skies. It was like a matchless demon king. Wherever it passed, the limestone stairs would cave in, the great mountain at its side collapsing. All of the plant cultivators were dumbstruck. This lion was too terrifying, its power incomparable. One had to understand that there were great formations protecting this place. Yet in the end, it was as if it was stepping on papier-mâché. Even the mount was like this. Didn't this mean that the one on the golden lion's back was even more terrifying? The group of people were stunned. The higher levels knew about Desolate Borders events, already learning about Huang's achievements, but those of the lower level didn't. Just how old was he, yet Huang was already this terrifying. The crowd were stunned, simply unable to believe the reality before their eyes. Did Huang come for revenge? Was he going to unleash a massacre in demonic sunflower garden? Who could resist? Where is the demon lord? Hurry and invite the demon lord out, someone shouted. When they turned around, they discovered that Second Elder had long disappeared. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher levels acted like this. How were the rest of them supposed to act? They all fled inside the mountain gate. Sure Hao didn't have any intention to willfully slaughter the innocent either, not wishing to blood-purge demonic sunflower garden, which was why he only sat on the fearless lion's back, letting it advance. However, this type of power still left everyone horrified. Inside the main gate, ancient trees reached into the heavens, the palace's majestic. This was indeed a holy land, dark light spreading, spiritual essence rich. Huang, what is the meaning of this? A shout sounded from inside the mountain gate. Someone came out to stop him. Back then, your sect always wanted me dead. Today, I have brought myself here. Sure Hao replied. Huang retorted just this directly. He invaded their main gate, leaving everyone in demonic sunflower garden shocked. His growth speed was too fast. The demon lord is not here. In the depths of Black Orchid Mountain, someone said coldly like this. Sure Hao was stunned. He came precisely for this place's lord, to see just how strong he was now, moreover settling the past grudge here. He actually wasn't here? Dong! Sure Hao landed, getting off the back of the golden lion. His foot trampled down, making the great earth crack apart. All of the mountain peaks shook intensely. This made everyone's expressions change again, feeling a wave of terrifying pressure. Self-named Demon Lord, you really are quite bold. I feel like someone like him doesn't deserve this title. This was what Sure Hao said. Brazen. Within the depths of Black Orchid Mountain, several shouts sounded at the same time. You dare shame my demonic sunflower garden? Do not think that you are truly without equal under the heavens. Now that you entered Black Orchid Mountain, we will not tolerate your wantonness. It was clear that as an inheritance which had dominated the 3,000 provinces for many years, they had their own pride. Cold voices sounded one after another. Go and bring your demon lord out. Otherwise, I don't mind razing this place to the ground. Sure Hao said coldly. Hong. At the same time, he didn't hide his strength at all, releasing his aura. The world was immediately shaken. This place's mountains and rivers all about to collapse. Kacha. Many places released this type of sounds. Even if there were formations protecting this place, many divine mountains still exploded. Formation array, God's dusk, someone shouted. Many patterns appeared from underground. They flowed like molten iron, extremely dazzling, and also extremely terrifying. These were great formations arranged from the ancient times, able to kill gods. However, when Sure Hao erupted with power, many formation cores here exploded. Sure Hao didn't hide his self-release realm cultivation. Blood energy poured over the sun and moon. Divine force overwhelming Black Orchid Mountain. This world was rumbling, about to collapse. One could see great cracks appear everywhere in space within hundreds of thousands of li, reaching straight into the sky dome. This scene was like that of the end of the world. Right now, even meteorites from outer space fell, smashing into this place. Dong! It really was heaven and earth in chaos. The entire mountain range was about to collapse, demonic sunflower garden caving in. Meanwhile, Shurhao didn't directly take action, only releasing some of his magical force fluctuations. The most powerful blood energy surged, just those fluctuations enough to hack down great stars. Kill! Inside demonic sunflower garden, the higher levels were furious. This was simply destroying their inheritance. This person was too vicious, they had to activate the ancient formation to seize the initiative. They took action, operating the formation surrounding and attacking Shurhao. Only the effects weren't that great. Even if there were heaven-shocking killing formations, they couldn't injure Shurhao at all. He stood there, the gates within his body opening, clear light swirling about, forming a barrier around him, protecting his body like a divine ring, impervious to all methods. Right now, Shurhao was innately undefeatable. All attacks were neutralized by the light around him, suppressing all attacks. Honglong, when he glared out, not holding back, fully releasing his powerful magic force, those types of fluctuations turned into a domain, locking down heaven and earth, blasting through many formation cores. Great banners that were flying at him exploded in midair one after another, blasted into powder. Formation cores rose from the ground one after another, then turned into divine peaks before flying towards him. But they all exploded in the skies, becoming dazzling fiery light, the fragments scattering everywhere. He was simply like an unequaled demon king as he stood there, black hair flying about even though there was no wind, breaking down all of these attacks, making the great formation explode. Pu. All around him, many people vomited blood, staggering backwards. This was still the result of Shurhao not wanting to carry out a massacre, the result of him controlling himself. Have your so-called demon lord come out to meet me, Shurhao said coldly. Demon lord and the old lord are both not here. They have gone out to visit friends. We do not know when they will return. Someone said with a trembling voice. Everyone was too shocked, truly scared badly. This type of power was just too terrifying, probably even greater than their demon lord, similar to their old lord. Hang! Shurhao released a cold snort. A great sleeve moved, powerful winds sweeping through this world. Many great mountains flew up, rushing into the horizon before exploding to pieces. The scene too frightening. Many people were horrified. Then, specks of dark light shone. Many people's bodies going empty, magical force leaking out. They screamed out in fear. All those who still showed killing intent after learning of Shurhao's identity discovered that their Dao skills were declining. Divine force weakening. It was because their divine seeds flew out. Most of the plant cultivators here were demonic sunflowers. Their divine power concentrated in the demonic seeds. Now they lost them all, seized by Shurhao. You dare! In the depths of Black Orchid Mountain, an elder flew out, demonic energy overflowing into the heavens. He was at the late stage of the self-severing realm, cultivation extremely powerful, doing everything he could to resist. This was demonic sunflower garden's great elder. Ew! The golden lion roared out, facing this person, stopping him. The lion roar shook heaven and earth, making him cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was stupefied. Demonic sunflower garden great elder's cultivation was extremely great. Yet he couldn't even stop Huang's mount. This was too frightening. Pooh! One of the fearless lion's great claws pressed down on the elder's body. One claw ripping out a huge hole in his body. Demon Lord and the old lord won't let you two go. The great elder roared out. You dare threaten me? The golden lion's eyes revealed viciousness. With a pu sound, the top of his head was torn off. A claw reached in, smashing his skull, destroying his primordial spirit. Thus, demonic sunflower garden became dead silent. All of the plant cultivators were terrified, keeping quiet out of fear. Shurhao waved his sleeve, immediately collecting thousands of gene of black sunflower seeds. They were all sparkling and translucent, divine force essence, great mending goods. He felt like bringing these back to Stone Village would be quite excellent gifts. Apart from this, the large group of children who followed him would enjoy them too, and it could also strengthen their blood energy and souls. I don't want to slaughter the innocent for no reason, but if you provoke me too far, don't blame me for being ruthless, Xianxia said. Then he took action again, breaking through demonic Sunflower Garden's palace. Immediately afterwards, forget about Xianxia, even the Golden Lion's eyes contracted. It was because there were too many good things. The various divine materials piled up like mountains were one thing. Inside, there were many spiritual medicines, great medicines, even more so a few sparkling and translucent jade containers. Inside of them sealed all different types of demonic sunflower seeds. These were all left behind by our predecessors after they passed away in meditation. Divine seeds, all magical force fruit of elder-level cultivators. Someone said with a trembling voice, "All right, I'll take them. We'll call my grudge with the demon lord settled. From here on out, your sect and I will mind our own business," Xianxia said. These divine seeds were definitely good things. They could help geniuses establish their great Tao foundation, able to improve a cultivator's constitution, their bloodlines, souls, and other things. Everyone in demonic Sunflower Garden were ashen-faced, none of them daring to say too much. "Young one, you are extremely strong. But my family's lord also has a great background. Being overbearing like this, it might be too difficult for things to end nicely." Right at this time, an elder spoke. Pong! A claw from the Golden Lion sent him flying, his body almost exploding, a larger half of his Tao destroyed. This person was so scared he was shaking all over, not daring to open his mouth again. The fearless lion was this savage. It made all of the plant cultivators in demonic Sunflower Garden shiver in fear. That was an elder, yet a single slap struck him until his body was in tatters, terrifying to the extreme. Hong long long. The palace shook, releasing rumbling sounds. It was because Xianxia was uprooting it from the ground, not leaving anything behind, even the foundation dug up. He was going to bring away the entire thing. This type of plundering was just too thorough, right? Everyone in demonic Sunflower Garden was stunned. They had never seen someone be robbed like this, to pack everything up and bring it away. "What are you looking at? Stop wasting time, the main gate, palace, pavilions, pull up everything. I'm bringing all of it with me into the lower realms." Xianxia gave the Golden Lion a kick. This lion grimaced, incredibly furious. Even in a place like the other side where experts emerged in great numbers, no one dared to treat it like this, not even emperor clans. The fearless lion bloodline always enjoyed extremely high status. No clans daring to look down on it or treat it with humiliation. Yet now it really became a mount, becoming a servant. "If you behave yourself, I'll return you your freedom one day. Mo Dao is your role model," Xianxia said. The Golden Lion immediately behaved. It definitely didn't want to carry Huang for the rest of its life. Even though this person was ridiculously strong, it still really didn't want to be his mount. Hong long long. Many bejeweled jade palaces in Black Orchid Mountain were uprooted. Even the comparatively better formation cores were seized by the Golden Lion. "These people are lunatics." The plant cultivators all cursed silently, crying out inwardly. This was truly unbelievable. Were the man and beast pair locusts? Not even a blade of grass was left wherever they passed. Just how impoverished is your lower realm? Even needing mountain gates and palaces? Even the Golden Lion felt a bit ashamed of its actions. Too embarrassed. "Does that mean you have quite a few good things on you? That you are looking down on demonic Sunflower Garden?" Xianxia swept it a look. "No. Everything on me has already been looted clean by you." The Golden Lion shook its head with everything it had, refusing it, moreover putting even more energy into this, grabbing everything it saw, throwing them into the spatial containers. "Bandits! Robbers! This is basically completely emptying out our demonic Sunflower Garden." There were elders whose eyes became red, but they could only cry out inwardly, not daring to really express this out loud, because there were two murderous disasters right before their eyes. In Xianxia's opinion, This great sect, known to be the residence of the demon lord, definitely had shocking treasures after accumulating for millions of years. It was worth completely bringing away. He no longer did it himself, handing it all over to the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, he himself had his hands behind his back, carefully examining this place. Through the formations, through the great Tao aura, he already roughly estimated demonic sunflower garden's true strength. It was indeed a well-known great sect in the 3,000 provinces. Black Orchid Mountain's great elder status was extremely high, second only to Demon Lord, at the later stage of self-severing realm. If that other old Demon Lord wasn't included, then he should be this sect's number 2. The Demon Lord should be similar. Sure, how came to this type of conclusion? Comparatively speaking, this was a top-level inheritance. At the very least, it was extremely formidable in the 3,000 provinces. It was because in a normal small sect, those at the heavenly deity realm could already become sect masters. Most sect masters were at the void Tao realm. These were the main force. A top-level sect like demonic sunflower garden, these types of old inheritances, their sect masters were mostly at the self-severing realm late stage, close to the self-release realm. This wasn't anything too surprising. Only, sure, how never expected there to be another old demon lord, this individual seemingly extremely mysterious. He carefully searched here, seriously sensing his surroundings. In the end, he didn't discover that greater sect master's aura. Could it be that the old demon lord didn't return often? When Sure Hao left, Black Orchid Mountain was gloomy. They had never encountered a disaster like this before. All of demonic sunflower garden was emptied out. The man and beast were completely deranged, bringing everything away, even the main gate, the palaces, and everything else. Seizing the medicinal field was one thing, but even those divine springs were dug up. That spring dried up, because even the divine vein underneath was seized into the Golden Lion's spatial artifact. Everyone in demonic sunflower garden was stunned, already about to cry. Was this robbing or ending their inheritance? The only fortunate thing was that Demon King like Xianxia didn't unleash a great slaughter. Not blood purging this place. Who could they blame? Back then, the Demon Lord wanted to kill Huang, in the end provoking this type of great disaster. They sighed, unable to hate him that much even if they tried. It was because the Demon Lord and Huang were life and death enemies. For them to be able to retain their lives now was already quite benevolent. Sure Hao and the Golden Lion thus left into the distance, hurrying to 5 Elements province, wishing to enter Immortal Mountain. This was where his parents, his loved ones, as well a group of people who didn't get along with him were. He left, but what he left behind definitely couldn't remain at peace. Huang ruined demonic sunflower garden, digging up the entire place, looting them clean. News of this spread to all regions. The people were in an uproar. Many cultivators stupefied, truly shaken. He didn't unleash a slaughter, but completely cleaned out demonic sunflower garden's millions of years of accumulation. When some sect masters heard this, they were all alarmed, and then became a bit speechless. Huang's natural disposition really was hard for them to fathom. Some people became worried. What if Huang ended up knocking on their gates? How were they supposed to resist? Now, there were some people who knew of Huang's glorious achievements in Desolate Border, shocking the 9 heavens through a single battle, slaughtering the other side's emperor clans. This was enough to shake up the entire 9 heavens 10 earths. This triggered a huge commotion. Demonic sunflower garden was so powerful, yet Huang directly marched in. 5 Elements province, this territory was vast, extremely boundless. If it was a normal cultivator, they wouldn't be able to reach this place even if they flew their entire lives. However, Sure Hao was now completely changed. At the self-release realm, he could overlook a region. However, he still kept a low profile, traveling through more secluded, uninhabited mountain ranges on the Golden Lion's back. I've arrived at this place once more. Sure Hao released a light sigh. 5 Elements province, this place had Qin family's 5-phase mountain, as well as Fiend Island. The reason why this province was named 5 Elements was related to the Qin family. That place had Immortal Mountain, which was also called 5-phase mountain. Just how many years have passed already? Sure Hao's expression was complicated. He didn't have many good feelings towards Immortal Mountain, but his mother and father were in Qin family, so he really had no way of directly slaughtering his way in. However, back then, Qin family had troubled his grandfather, the great demonic god Shi Zhongtian, actually sending him to Fiend Island's mines, almost killing him. Is father still here? Shi Hao felt extremely conflicted, because he heard that Shi Xiling ended up leaving this place out of rage. He was close, finally approaching Immortal Mountain, which was also Five-Phase Mountain. In the past, he never came this close because he was still avoiding Qin family, so there was no way he would walk straight into a trap. However, now, things were entirely different. Even so, Shi Hao didn't dare act carelessly, because he was deeply aware of how extraordinary Qin family's Five-Phase Mountain was. It might very well be related to Immortal Dao, a supreme treasure. This time, apart from coming here to see his parents, he also wanted to get to the bottom of some of Qin family's secrets. Oh! Before he made a decision, when the golden lion approached, it first released a great roar, shaking up this ancient place. Up ahead, the scenery was majestic, palaces everywhere, mountain peaks majestic, silver waterfalls crashing down. Who dares create a disturbance before Qin family? In the distance, someone shouted. Not good. The mountain inside has immortal Dao energy. The golden lion was shaken. Originally, it thought that it could do as it pleased in the 3,000 provinces, able to overturn an inheritance with just a single claw. But now, it knew that it was wrong, that the 3,000 provinces were definitely extraordinary. Shi Hao narrowed his eyes, carefully thinking to himself. This was Five-Phase Mountain. It carried immortal energy, hazy and indistinct, situated at the innermost depths of Qin family's ancient land. My younger brother has an immortal bone within him, seemingly found from the vast uninhabited region, but who knows what really happened? Shi Hao said to himself. Qin family had a majestic mountain, beautiful islands floating above, springs releasing purple energy. This was a precious land. A sigh sounded through the skies, transmitted from the depths of Qin family. Then, a figure appeared, extremely young, walking on the void, extremely aloof and transcendent. Even though there was immortal Dao aura, he wasn't old, instead extremely young, looking extremely handsome like a 20-something-year-old youngster. However, Shi Hao knew that this person had lived for an extremely long amount of time, that he was an old freak. It was because he was Immortal Qin, someone he had previously met. Shi Hao revealed a strange look as he faced Immortal Qin. He couldn't help but recall the 9 Heavens Immortal Wang. Their names similar, even temperaments alike. They both had the words long life in their names. Apart from this, their appearances were both young, handsome, and youthful. Have you met Immortal Wang? Shi Hao suddenly spoke up, rather abrupt, and also extremely direct. The Lord of Five-Phase Mountain, someone who had red lips, bright teeth, appearance young, was first momentarily distracted, and then released a light sigh, saying, It seems like you feel like I ought to be acquainted with him. The ones with long life in their names aren't just me and him, there is one other named Immortal Mu, someone who might be even stronger. Shi Hao was a bit stunned. There was even an Immortal Mu? Shi Hao really was incredibly shocked. Why was there another person with long life in their name? There were definitely some details hidden here. He looked towards the individual standing opposite of him. Five-Phase Mountain's Lord, Immortal Qin. Immortal Qin had red lips and bright teeth. His figure surging with life force. His appearance that of a graceful and handsome young man. Compared to his true age, it really did leave one speechless. If they were talking about family hierarchy, then Shi Hao had to respect him as the older generation. The two had a blood relationship, which was why right now he felt extremely strange. This person is also a powerful individual, at least at the supreme being level. His cultivation years are most likely not any lesser than Immortal Wang's. Immortal Qin said. When he spoke up to hear, he reached out a hand, gesturing towards Shi Hao. He brought Shi Hao onto a floating island. This was one of Qin family's divine islands that were filled with spiritual energy. He chose his actions carefully, not bringing Shi Hao into Qin family's depths, staying quite far away from Five-Phase Mountain to express that he had no ill will. It was clear that he also knew that this youngster didn't have a favorable opinion of Qin family, to the extent where he even carried hostility, which was why he did this first. On the island, there were strangely shaped rocks spread about, beautiful trees verdant and lush, purple energy rich, spreading outwards. This was heaven and earth essence. In front of a purple bamboo forest, the two stopped. There was a stone table and stone chairs here, as well as an intelligent white ape. It carried a jade plate, bringing over spiritual fruits and divine wine. In the air, there were luan birds that flew over. Multicolored light scattered down. Auspicious energy vigorous. This place was like the immortal realm, spiritual and indistinct. This is a good place. Xianxia sighed in admiration. This is where I usually stay for meditation, the place where I often reflect and search the soul. Immortal Qin said, "Oh, with Immortal Mountain Lord's power, do you still need to do this? Being so humble like this, is there some hidden trouble that is hard to mention?" Xianxia was surprised. This world's mysteries are endless, strange things numerous. There are many things even we cannot understand. Immortal Qin sighed. They went off topic, so he returned to the main issue, talking about the long life calamity. Correct, he believed that this was a type of disaster, one that always left him feeling uneasy, leaving him on guard, always vigilant against something. When Xianxia heard this, he felt that this was inconceivable. He merely asked this in passing, curious why their names were similar, not expecting to actually end up exposing this. In the archaic times, Immortal Qin was extremely heroic, ambitions lofty, indeed a genius, slaughtering out his fame a long time ago. He entered the uninhabited region, actually losing his way, but in the end miraculously made it out alive. He discovered that he was close to Imperial Pass, arriving at desolate border. It was precisely at that time that his fate underwent a shift. He still remembered stumbling into an ancient region. That place was hazy with immortal energy, incredibly pure and holy. However, there was blood covering the ground as far as the eyes could see, blood-soaked mud everywhere, the scene horrifying. There was a small marsh that was entirely dark red-colored. A pool within that was bubbling about. However, what came out was all terrifying liquid that was bright red like blood. When Immortal Qin entered, he immediately passed out. When he woke up, he already mysteriously left the uninhabited region, his body returning to the 3,000 provinces. However, ever since that time, he discovered that he became different. After closely examining himself, he found that there was an extra bone in his body. Immortal bone? Xianxia's eyes narrowed, finding it hard to calm down. He thought of Qin, how he had a piece of bone in his body. It was rumored that Immortal Mountain had a piece of immortal bone that was obtained from the vast uninhabited region. Even after endless years passed, that bone still had life force, carrying bloody wisps. Later on, many people knew that this bone, after endless years of nurturing, was completely activated, and then transplanted into Xianxia's body. Correct. Immortal Qin nodded. Xianxia was immediately shocked. Could it be that it was different from the rumors? The bone has the words long life on it. Immortal Qin said. He originally didn't have this name, but ever since he experienced that strange experience, he felt like he obtained the care of the heavens, and only then did he obtain such natural luck. During that period, there was always something in his mind telling him that changing his name was changing his fate, that he had to change his name to Immortal Qin. It really is laughable when I talk about it, or perhaps frightening. I was almost possessed, ultimately changing into this name without really knowing what was going on. Immortal Qin said in self-mockery. Changing names because of a bone. Xianxia sighed. If one thought deeply about it, it really was a bit frightening. The bone had a name, which was long life, and through this influenced the present world Qin clan's powerful individual into changing his name. Xianxia's complexion wasn't all that good. This bone's origins were different from what was circulated in the outside world, while now it was even more so implanted into his younger brother's body. This wasn't some good thing. Then, he asked, what happened after is only more frightening. Immortal Qin sighed. Then, he found an ancient cave cultivating inside. He wanted to get to the bottom of this bone's mysteries, But before he knew it, he sunk into a deeper state of Tao comprehension. Isn't that a good thing? Shihao said. Immortal Qin laughed bitterly, saying, a single instance of Tao comprehension and 100,000 years passed. When I emerged again, the world had already completely changed. What? This time Shihao was stunned. What kind of Tao comprehension was this? Why was it so distant? This wasn't realistic at all. It was because even if supreme beings went into seclusion, there was no way 100,000 years would pass in a single instance, at most a few thousand, 10,000. If they remained in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, then they would definitely still wake up from time to time during that period. After 100,000 years passed, many people and things would change. However, Immortal Qin discovered that he was still young and full of vitality. In addition, his cultivation increased greatly, immediately becoming one of the 3,000 provinces' few powerful individuals. However, when he returned home, he found that those he knew pretty much all died. Apart from a few heavens prides from the same generation who became powerful figures of their respective clans, everything else had already changed. A close female friend of mine waited many years for me, but in the end, she was forced to marry another by her clan. After 100,000 years had passed, not even her grave could be found. I could only quietly stop in that area. Immortal Qin was extremely sentimental. It was clear that this matter had affected him too greatly. Otherwise, with his cultivation, why would he even mention worldly affairs from so long ago? It was to the extent where Shihao could even imagine that scene. A youngster carried tears, standing in a familiar place alone, full of frustration and grief. Only soon afterwards he felt that this was extremely absurd. This was but Immortal Qin. In Shihao's understanding, Immortal Qin was an incredibly vicious person. At the very least, his first impression of this person was extremely bad. He actually had this type of sensitive side? It was because he discovered that after endless years passed, in that Immortal Qin's eyes, there was still regret and sadness. Vicious but sentimental? Shihao could only give this type of evaluation. The following words made Shihao's body tremble, because it involved his mother's bloodline's blood inheritance. I do not have any descendants. After searching around, I found a bloodline, taking in an adopted son. When Shihao heard these words, he was a bit stunned. The disciple Immortal Qin spoke of was precisely the descendant of his past close female friend. Does this mean that Shihao and Immortal Qin didn't have a blood connection? I viewed him as my own, and from then on, Immortal Mountain's bloodline was produced. Immortal Qin said with a sigh. Then, Shihao asked, my cultivation skyrocketed. Even without cultivating, just by having that bone, my Tao skills would advance. Moreover, I am often in an absent-minded state, from time to time seeing some strange scenes. Immortal Qin spoke. Those scenes included immortal battles, blood seas overflowing into the heavens, dark cosmos everywhere. They were extremely strange. The most shocking thing was that later on, there was someone who found him, someone named Immortal Mu. At that time, he was already at the Supreme Being realm. He told Immortal Qin that in the past, he had also visited that bloody swamp, moreover even saw Immortal Qin unconscious. Moreover, that person himself also went unconscious. When he woke up, he saw a snow-white infant. There were 3 of them there at that time in total. That infant was snow-white and sparkling, but beside him was cutened skin, as well as pitch-black fingernails, extremely terrifying. Soon afterwards, that infant ran, directly disappearing. Later on, Immortal Mu also left that region. There was no extra bone in Immortal Mu, but there was some type of true blood that didn't belong to him. In the end, his strength erupted, becoming a supreme being. During that process, he changed his name to Immortal Mu. His name was not originally this. Immortal Mu told me that the infant is the 9 heavens Immortal Wang. Immortal Qin said. Shihao was shocked. There was even this type of history, this type of bizarre thing. Back then, what exactly happened in that place? What kind of ancient land was it? I haven't reached the Supreme Being level yet, because I got rid of that bone. Immortal Qin said. It was because he became scared after learning about those things. Then why did you put it into Qin Hao's body? Sure Hao was irritated. I had no ill will, let me explain. Immortal Qin released a light sigh. Later on, he implanted that bone into a servant's body, carefully observing what happened in order to see what would happen. He discovered that the servant's strength became greater, and he didn't experience the type of enlightenment he did, nor were there any strange experiences. After many tests, he discovered that this bone could raise the strength of other creatures, but it wouldn't make them change their names. This was clearly beneficial. Through this, he helped several later generations, allowing their strength to increase greatly, become top-level experts. However, he himself didn't dare implant the bone back in, never truly entering the supreme being level in this life. Sure Hao was shocked. He didn't expect Immortal Qin to actually have this type of decisiveness, able to resist such temptation, not the type to use any means possible to enter the supreme being realm. If it were others, they might have long merged with that bone, determined to advance by leaps and bounds. 3 long life, all from the same place. Sure Hao said to himself. However, this still doesn't make sense. Wasn't the Wang family a long life family? They have their own background. This is why it is terrifying. Back then, that Snow-White infant was actually able to possess various divine abilities of the long life Wang family. Immortal Qin sighed. He didn't look into this matter, it was a great taboo. However, as the years passed, he learned some secrets. In the end, the two of us are still relatives, our relationship not normal. There are some things I want to give you a word of advice on. There are some inheritances that are best not provoked. Immortal Qin said with a serious voice. He told Sure Hao that even if he wanted to get revenge, he had to be careful. Best if he didn't get involved immediately. It was because there were some ancient sects that were definitely not simple. Perhaps, it can even be called a long life calamity. Immortal Qin said. According to what he said, demonic Sunflower Garden's old demon lord had extraordinary backgrounds, a root from desolate borders uninhabited region, later on brought out and revived by someone. What? Sure Hao was shocked. It is suspected to be the root of some plant that doesn't belong to this great era, but it has long lost its memories, cultivation level not in the supreme being realm yet. However, this existence has a history. There are strange things tied to its existence. Best if you don't provoke it. According to what Immortal Qin said, that old demon lord didn't have its past memories, only restarting its cultivation from a root, turning into a complete stalk of demonic sunflower. Apart from this, Western sex individual who cultivated the Xianxia golden body is someone you have to pay attention to as well. There are rumors that after entering some ruins, he obtained a portion of the ancient monk bloodline's inheritance, and that was why the present-day Western sect was created. In fact, there is solid evidence proving that he might be in existence who evolved from a granule of ruined cremated ashes. Immortal Qin warned him out of good intentions. Sure Hao was stupefied. The 3,000 provinces really weren't simple. Were these all considered a long life calamity? Beneath underworld earth, there is a corpse that is extremely ancient. It doesn't belong to this great era. Even though there are no indications of it being able to live, there are sound sources that say that it is laying in an extremely precious coffin and is being offered sacrifices. Immortal Qin then spoke of underworld earth, telling him that even though these places might not have supreme beings, they were extremely sinister. Once they really were provoked, it would truly be hard to say what will happen. Undead Night. Sure Hao was inwardly shaken. When he was in Desolate Border, he already knew that there were undead knights who came to the 3,000 provinces, currently staying in underworld earth. The divine dark child he faced had quite the origins. The chat between the two was quite agreeable this time. Nothing too unhappy happening. Not clashing. Sure Hao thought to himself. He discovered that after learning all this information, he was most interested in Immortal Wang, or perhaps it could be said that he felt the most restraining fear towards him. It was because this person was too mysterious. This was someone who dared to face Meng Tianjing head-on, yet he actually had these types of secrets. Just what kind of origins did he have? Near that Snow-White infant was old Cutin skin, as well as shed black fingernails. Were they all his? Sure Hao felt like this was extremely sinister. What exactly happened to Immortal Wang? At the same time, he thought of a possibility. They all said that Immortal Wang pretty much lived a second life. Could it be that it was precisely because of that blood swamp? I am quite worried for Qin Hao. Is there really nothing wrong with the immortal bone in his body? In the end, Shi Hao became extremely serious, quickly asking Immortal Qin out of fear of something unexpected happening. I only wish to help him. If there really is something unexpected that happens, something ominous, it will definitely happen to me, and not another. Immortal Qin sighed. He was also known as Unaging Heavenly Sovereign. From past until now, his appearance had never changed, always remaining young. This was all because a single slumber lasted 100,000 years. For him, it was as if only an instant passed, not feeling anything at all. When he opened his eyes again, the world had already completely changed. Then his outer appearance didn't change. You are someone who personally experienced it, so what kind of abnormalities exactly were there in your body? Could you not detect anything at all? Shi Hao asked. I could not. Everything is extremely normal. There haven't been any results in my investigation all this time, Immortal Qin said. However, he knew that things definitely happened in his body during those 100,000 years. Under normal circumstances, the years should have left some type of life imprint on his body. However, he didn't detect anything after 100,000 years passed. There wasn't the slightest marking of age, as if he really only slept. I think some changes did happen in my body, but this is only my own intuition, and not something proven, Immortal Qin said. Shi Hao was also speechless. This kind of fierce individual whose name shook the 3,000 provinces actually had this side. A single slumber completely changed his life trajectory. Of course, if news of this spread, it would definitely leave countless people envious. He didn't even have to cultivate. Just sleeping for a bit was already enough to defy the heavens. If normal people learned how Immortal Qin rose up, they would definitely become stupefied. The main reason why I came here is to meet my parents and younger brother, Shi Hao said. It had already been many years since he was separated from his parents, still having worries. Even though he knew that they were far safer than he was fighting at Desolate Border, in the end, they had been separated for many years after all, so he longed for them greatly. As for Qin Hao, it hadn't been that long since they saw each other. After all, they had both entered the 9 heavens before. Qin Hao also went to Desolate Border, but he was sent back not long afterwards. He was sent out of Imperial Pass together with some younger individuals as seeds to guard against the unexpected. This was because Qin Hao was still too young, and he had great potential. If he died in Desolate Border, it really would be too much of a pity. Thus, he was sent out as one of the seeds brought back ahead of time. They are all well, your father is also here, Immortal Qin said. Shi Hao released a breath of relief, calming down. However, soon afterwards, his eyes released brilliance, saying, I have one other person I want you all to find. Who? Amon, Shi Hao said. He still recalled the memories of his youth. When he lost his supreme being bone, a young girl always remained at his side, taking care of him extremely well. After thinking closely about it, if it wasn't because of that intelligent and clever little girl, he might have died ahead of time back then. The past Shi Hao really was pitiful. All of his blood energy dried up, even mind deteriorating, memory failing, forgetting everything. Meanwhile, that little girl always cried, repeating to him that he was a natural-born supreme being, that he had to remember who he was, that he couldn't forget that she was Amon either. Later on, Shi Hao was sent out to Stone Village, and he never saw that little girl again. Amon came to the higher realms together with my grandfather. You previously forced my grandfather into prison, and also made her stay here, troubling her. Shi Hao's expression was not kind. You should also understand that once a family grows large, there will be all types of people. The sun shines brightly outside the window, the fragrance of flowers wafting about, but there might be bugs as well, Immortal Qin said. Moreover, he further told him that back then, after Shi Xiling erupted with rage due to the torment Grandpa 15 experienced, he dealt with a group of people. What about Amon? Shi Hao asked again, his expression still not good. He had previously heard his own grandfather say that Amon's natural talents were too great, forcefully taken as a disciple by Qin family. Back then, Shurhao wanted to rush out more than once to save Amon. For him, that was the most important person of his childhood. When he lost his supreme being bone, everyone abandoned him. His parents and grandparents weren't at his side. Only that kind little girl always took care of him, sobbing as she reminded him of who he was, that he couldn't forget her. She is fine, her natural talents are exceptional, extremely quick-witted, fleeing a long time ago. Meanwhile, after I dealt with some people, she became even more safe. Later on, she had even returned, staying with your mother for some time. In the end, your grandfather paid a visit here, bringing her away. Immortal Qin said. Shurhao finally calmed down. After all these years, he had always been worried, scared that Amon was harmed to death by others. He knew that in the end, his parents' lives weren't in danger here, but as for that girl, it was hard to say. Father, mother. Soon afterwards, Shurhao met Xianxia and Qin Yining, shouting out loudly, "Son!" Qin Yining was the first to become dumbstruck. Then, tears burst out, quickly rushing over. Xianxia was also fighting to keep his tears back. He walked over, firmly hugging his oldest son. The reason why he returned was because he learned that his two sons might both be here. The grudge between him and Qin family had long been removed, because the people related to it had already been dealt with by Immortal Qin, disappearing from this world. Child, it really is you. You left for so many years. I thought I would never see you again. Qin Yining cried loudly, holding Shurhao in her arms, tears continuously falling. These were true emotions. She always felt like she let Shurhao down. They didn't spend much time together, always apart. This was especially when Qin Hao was the first one who came back, telling them about his older brother's deeds and achievements in Desolate Border, leaving her shocked and fearful. Child, you fought in Desolate Border, experienced so much bitterness. This is fighting with your own life on the line. Qin Yining cried, not willing to let go of him, scared that he might disappear in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was both sentimental and happy, because he already knew of Shurhao's accomplishments. He fought the young experts of the other side, sweeping through the enemy. This was simply a legend. In his eyes, his eldest son walked an unimaginable path. In the future, he would definitely be an undefeated legend. They cried and laughed. Too many things to tell each other. This was definitely going to be a lively night of reunion. Qin Hao also came, standing at the side. He felt extremely gloomy because he was sent out of Imperial Pass ahead of time, missing out on the final battle, unable to witness that world-shaking great battle. He had already learned that his older brother defied the heavens from Immortal Qin, killing emperor clans one after the next, to the extent where he did even more shocking things. Even though he was always unconvinced, wishing to surpass his older brother, now, Qin Hao could only sigh. He knew that this older brother seemed to have slaughtered out this great era's most glorious war accomplishments, that it would be extremely hard to compare to him now. At the very least, a self-release realm cultivator this young was completely unheard of. He was the only one in this great era. In the next 2 days it was always Shurhao speaking, because his parents had him tell them everything that happened, feeling happiness and worry for him. During this process, Qin Yining was sometimes happy and excited, sighing in admiration towards her child's shocking breakthroughs, from time to time shedding tears in grief, because Shurhao's path was too difficult. With glory came an equal amount of tribulations. Father, mother, when Grandpa came, where did he bring Amon? Shurhao brought up this issue, because he had already stayed here for 2 days, now had to go out and look for those two. He just couldn't completely relax. When he mentioned this issue, this married couple's faces clearly went rigid. What is it? What happened? Shurhao frowned, his heart immediately raised to his throat. You know that your father previously went to Fiend Island, obtaining the true blood of the demonic sovereign. Recently, there were some strange things that happened on his body, so Amon previously secretly made a trip to Fiend Island, wishing to find a solution. In the end, they provoked some strange things. Both of them should be in Fiend Island again. What? Shurhao was shocked, unable to calm himself down. He had to hurry over. He understood more clearly than anyone just how terrifying the innermost depths of Fiend Island were. Back then, even when he was there, he was cursed, barely making it out alive. The most crucial thing was that in the depths of Fiend Island, there was a great grave, unknown if it belonged to the demonic sovereign or an immortal. It was too strange. Xianxia sighed. He had previously been anxious and incomparably worried, hurrying there. As a result, he and Qin Yining almost died, returning cursed, ultimately needing Immortal Qin to personally take action to preserve their lives. I am going to Fiend Island, Xianxia said. I am also going to save grandfather, Qin Hao said. After he returned, he didn't learn about this. Now, he wanted to head out together with Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head, not wishing to place him in danger. It was because that place was too strange, having some abnormal things. In this great era before Meng Tianzheng, there were a total of 3 individuals who were close to achieving immortality, or perhaps it could be said that they all achieved immortality, but ultimately nursed grievances. They were Yi Qingyu, Mo Wudao, and the demonic sovereign. This time, Xianxia wanted to get to the bottom of that place. Now that he became stronger, he felt that he could head there and truly understand what happened. Qin Hao became anxious, rather agitated, insisting on going. He felt like he had been too stubborn and proud before, hurting his grandfather, so he now wanted to make up for it. However, Xianxia still shook his head, refusing, not letting him go. There was only one reason. It was extremely simple. When the place was too dangerous, they could only afford to send one of the brothers. His words were clear. There had to be one by their parents' side. If Qin Hao went, then he would stay behind. Qin Hao lowered his head, agreeing with great reluctance. Xianxia and Qin Yining both immediately became nervous, extremely worried, scared that something dangerous would happen to Xianxia again. Towards their eldest son, they always felt ashamed. Now that they saw him return safely, they were always rejoicing, always praying, not wishing for anything unexpected to happen again. Child, we know that your cultivation level is now profound, long exceeding the range of even a heaven-warping genius. However, that place is the place where the demonic sovereign fell. You must be careful, Qin Yining said while shedding tears. Xianxia fought a great battle by desolate border, defeating the emperor clans. His return left her with incomparable joy. These 2 days, she had always been extremely excited. However, now they were going to separate again. If not because they were searching for Grandpa 15, their loved one, they definitely wouldn't have left Xianxia leave no matter what. Don't worry, I have confidence. Back then, I had already made a trip there, ascended great tombs. Now, there is even less of a need to be scared, Xianxia said. Back then, he had previously picked lightning attribute great medicines, these medicines allowing his lightning Dao divine ability to advance greatly. Immortal Qin sighed in the distance. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. For a youngster to be this heroic truly was a bit unimaginable. That was the place where the demonic sovereign fell. Who could even approach that grave? Not many people could reach that place, not even him, Immortal Qin, dared take the risk. However, many years ago, this youngster was still in his teens, yet he already dared to head there, moreover succeeding. The fact that he could fight gloriously in desolate border, sweep through all his enemies, isn't entirely without reason. There were already signs foretelling this. Immortal Qin sighed to himself. Father, mother, you all don't need to worry. Wait for my return, Xianxia said. They already made arrangements to head back to the lower realms together, return to Stone Village. Before leaving, unaging heavenly sovereign Immortal Qin appeared, sending over an armor. It flickered with silvery radiance, carrying a great Dao aura. It was extremely exceptional. Xianxia was going to head out to look for Grandpa 15 and Amon. Xianxia, Qin Yining and the others all hurried over out of worry, warning again and again for him to be careful. Many people from Qin family were shocked. They never expected Immortal Qin to gift out this set of armor. Big brother, you should just wear it. It can improve your strength, protect your body. I believe that after you wear it, there won't be many people in this world who can match you, Qin Hao said. This was the armor he wore, known as Long Life Battle Armor, something that belonged to unaging heavenly sovereign. Sure Hao already learned about this armor many years ago, knowing that this armor could raise one's cultivation by an entire great cultivation realm. It really was extremely terrifying. Perhaps it could be said that it was extremely heaven-defying. Was there any armor that was more domineering than this? It could forcibly raise one's strength by a great cultivation realm. This was the same as crossing some type of heavenly moat. This was especially when used on someone like Sure Hao, immediately increasing a great cultivation realm. His strength would be shockingly great. Just wear it. It can protect you. Immortal Qin said. This thing really can raise an entire cultivation realm? Sure Hao was quite curious about this silver-white armor. He received it, carefully examining it, even within, trying to take it apart. Immortal Qin and Qin Hao's faces immediately darkened. This might end up destroying the armor. You know that this world cannot be defied. Nothing can exceed the supreme Tao and the rules of the world. This armor is no exception. Immortal Qin explained. The armor was indeed heaven-defying, but it was only limited to below the supreme being level. It could increase one's strength, but there was no way it could limitlessly help one break through the world's restrictions. In this world, no one could become an immortal. Even if one was a supreme being, after wearing this armor, there was no way the mortal Tao shackles can be broken through. It was to the extent where even after self-release realm cultivators wore it, it would still be difficult for them to break into the supreme being realm, only increasing their strength by a limited amount. Of course, for individuals of lower cultivation level, this armor really could increase their strength by an entire great cultivation realm. Turns out it was like this. Sure Hao nodded. There were some laws that couldn't be gone against, impossible to break through. It was clear that the Long Life Amor and Little Sky King's azure armor were similar, both of them having a set amount of restrictions. The treasures Senior has collected are indeed extraordinary. Sure Hao put on the armor, carefully examining himself. His strength was increased, making him feel more powerful than ever before. His body became silvery white, bright and chilly, metallic luster intimidating. Sure Hao was wrapped within the armor, appearance like a war god, incredibly heroic. Chong. He removed the armor, putting it away again. It is all because of that bone, Immortal Qin said with a sigh. Only him and Sure Hao knew what had happened. The others didn't know the details. When he saw Sure Hao wanting to ask more, he shook his head, transmitting mentally. We'll talk more should the chance present itself. Sure Hao nodded and then left. It was because compared to this armor, he was actually more interested in Five-Phase Mountain. That was most likely an immortal Tao supreme treasure. There were definitely secrets behind this, old stories. The Green Warship and all of the children were arranged to stay with Qin family. Even the Golden Lion was left here, not brought with him. This time, he only awakened the Emperor Butterfly. He had two creatures on him. One was the Emperor Butterfly, the other the Divine Striking Stone. Both of them were basically sleeping beauties. The Divine Striking Stone was one thing, because it had already slept for many years without waking once. However, the Emperor Butterfly woke up in Imperial Pass, yet it was still fond of sleeping, normally not moving, liking to remain still, shrinking into a light golden sphere. Back then, in Imperial Pass, Sure Hao left it in Stone Clan. Before leaving, he brought it with him again to the 3,000 provinces. This was done through the Emperor Butterfly's consent. It came from the lower realms, so it always wanted to go back and take a look, search for its race's past traces. It was because the Emperor Butterfly species was too mysterious. In the 3,000 provinces and 9 heavens above, there wasn't even a clan that belonged to them, long disappeared. It was to the extent where there were supreme beings who said that even during Immortal Ancient, there weren't many Emperor Butterflies. They might belong to more ancient great eras. Fiend Island, located at 5 Elements province's border. This place was extremely mysterious, full of dangers. This was the place where the demonic sovereign fell, a place that carried an inauspicious aura. Sure Hao hurried over, gazing outwards. Fiend Island, even though it had the word island, it wasn't located in water, but rather floated in the sky. In this region, gray mist spread everywhere, this place extremely hazy. It was difficult to see through even with heavenly eyes. "Youngster, are you heading towards the island?" In the distance, a boatman called out to him, driving a boat. This place was extremely strange, mist shrouding it, unable to fly through. 800 li outside of Fiend Island was known as a forbidden land, the void extremely difficult to cross. Back then, Hao and a group of geniuses hurried there. In the end, quite a few people didn't believe in the supernatural forcefully flying, but they all ended up being eaten by strange ancient beasts or dropped out of the sky, flesh and bones disintegrating. "There's no need." Hao shook his head. Then, his figure flickered, directly entering the great gray mist. "What in the world? He can fly inside?" The boatman sat on the small boat, deeply shocked. He looks a bit familiar. I think I saw him back then. Right, he's Huang," the boatman said in shock. It was because that year Huang stirred up a great disturbance, his reputation just too great. They all saw his portrait. Chi. A streak of clear light flew over, hacking at the center of his primordial spirit. He was momentarily distracted. When he woke up again, he forgot what he saw. Hao was extremely careful, not willing to provoke any trouble, because his grandfather was here. If there were enemies here and a great battle erupted, it would place him in an extremely unfavorable situation. Even though Hao was now extremely strong, he still couldn't help but frown. Fiend Island was strange after all, a powerful domain here that locked down space, affecting flight. Of course, there was no way he would be bound now. He rushed through like a hot knife through butter, stirring on lightning, rushing straight in, crossing hundreds of li and ascending Fiend Island. Kacha! Lightning radiance erupted. A mountainous silver fish glared out with its crimson eyes, diving down from the void, opening its mouth to swallow Hao. It wasn't a fish in the water, but rather an ancient beast that moved in the void, bloodthirsty and cruel. If it was in the past, when facing this type of giant beast, Hao would definitely run, but now he only pointed out with a finger, and then this ancient beast crumbled apart, exploding in the void. Hao got onto the island, directly rushing towards the innermost depths. It had to be said that this island was too large, even more so like a continent without end. Along the way, there were many vicious creatures who lost their sense of self, their eyes scarlet red, attacking intruders ferociously. The island was dark, shrouded in mist year-long. Pong! When faced with hindrance, no matter how giant the ancient beasts or vicious birds were, Hao only needed to point out, and then there would be no creature who wouldn't fall, nothing able to stop him. In the end, he reached his destination, arriving in the island depths. In this place, there was endless lightning flashing and interweaving about. The scene was horrifying, lightening up the dark sky dome. There were some who said that when the demonic sovereign achieved immortality, blasted by immortal Tao lightning, in the end, there was some lightning that was forever left here, which was why there was electricity flickering about. Of course, this wasn't the strangest thing. The most shocking thing was the river that flowed in the sky, silvery white and brilliant. Lightning radiance curled about, extremely brilliant and sparkling. Meanwhile, the river carried specks of golden light. It flowed in the void, not along the island. Hao's expression became serious. He was approaching his destination. It was rumored that this river was formed from the remnant power of immortal Tao lightning, others saying that this was the demonic sovereign's blood that flowed through the void. At the end of the river was still the immortal tomb. He was still quite far away, that area impossible to see. Lightning radiance interweaved about, strange fluctuations intense, interfering with one's divine senses and perception. The river water was sparkling, extremely dazzling, flowing over from the void, entering into the endless distance. Back then, Hao had walked many days in order to reach his destination, because this path was too difficult, full of dangers. In this place, not only was there lightning power, there was also a terrifying curse power that corroded his flesh and spirit, extremely terrifying, impossible to guard effectively against. There was danger of dying at every corner. Hao rushed through the air, entering the skies. He tore through the lightning radiance, walking beside the river, carefully examining his surroundings. It was because there were other things in this river. Occasionally, ancient corpses would flow along it, extremely mysterious and terrifying. It was clear that what floated in this river were all divine corpses, none of them ordinary. They were all extraordinary experts in the past, individuals from the ancient years until now. There were some corpses that were even more ancient, as if they came from some cemeteries before the start of the Great Era. Shurhao remained extremely careful, because this river had cursed power. It was extremely terrifying. Back then, he almost had his Tao severed, reaching the final destination after great difficulty. Now, even though his cultivation level was who knew how many times greater than before, it was still useless here. It was because the curse power would become more and more powerful as one's cultivation realm became more profound. The curse power here increased proportionately with one's cultivation, dealing with all creatures. That was why, even though there were powerful individuals in the 3,000 provinces, no one was willing to explore this place. It was because there were a few well-known old sect masters who died here. In the river water was an ancient individual dressed in golden Tao robes, vivid and lifelike, white-haired with a white beard. This person might very well have been a powerful figure in the past. He could also see the Taotai and Taowu, these types of ancient vicious beasts. Their bodies were huge, blood energy like seas. Even now, they seemed to still have life force fluctuations. In reality, they had long died. This river was strange, corroding all who intruded, but would occasionally still reveal the power of past experts. After Shurhao arrived here, he slowed down his speed, facing this seriously. It is time to wake up. Shurhao woke up the Emperor Butterfly. Back then, this golden Emperor Butterfly had accompanied him through this path, tenaciously surviving. There was also that rock back then, the divine striking stone. The Emperor Butterfly mumbled like a child, really loving sleep, reluctantly muttering for Shurhao to protect it, to temporarily not wake it from its dreams. Shurhao was a bit stupefied. He had two little fellas on him, one more unique than the next. He continued along the river. Soon afterwards, he encountered an expanse of ruins that was originally a city. It was also in the sky, while now only broken walls remained, debris everywhere, but it was still suspended above. Apart from this, there was a monument. This monument was extremely large and striking, visible even from far away, making one easily overlook the abandoned ancient city. Shurhao sensed that this monument was extremely special, able to examine a cultivator's potential. He had previously left his name here high up above, the name Huang at the very top. He didn't stop here, quickly leaving, following the river. Kacha! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was terrifying to the extreme, difficult for normal people to withstand. Shurhao remained calm. Now, his lightning Tao divine abilities had already reached mastery, even a lightning pool seized from the void, so he naturally didn't fear electricity. He was like a deity, walking amidst blazing curtains of lightning. It was as if a layer of armor was applied over his body, divine and transcendent, as if a lonesome immortal was roaming the world of mortals. Shurhao frowned. He could feel that as his cultivation increased, the curse power he received also increased, becoming increasingly frightening. Compared to the past, the level of danger wasn't any bit less. It really is strange. He released a sigh. He thought for a bit, but in the end stored the divine striking stone and Emperor Butterfly into spatial magical artifacts, and then stored them inside his own body. These two sleeping beauties had already experienced this before. There was no need to specially temper them anymore. To be safe, it was best if they didn't encounter any issues. Hong Long. His body shone, resisting with all of his power, using his own Tao skills to contend against it, using his magical force to withstand the curse power. Soon afterwards, extremely malevolent-looking patterns appeared on the surface of Shurhao's body. These were curse imprints that appeared on his body, making him feel a wave of terrifying power. Eventually, every step he took was extremely strenuous. Hong Long. The void was crushed under his feet. Under his steps, the soles of his feet released terrifying divine force to resist the curse, in the end crushing the heavens. This river flowed along the void. Back then, he walked for many days, using up a lot of time. He gained enlightenment while advancing, silently experiencing the great Tao here. There was someone who achieved immortality here, but ultimately died. It was unknown if it was because he was hacked by immortal Tao lightning, or if something interfered, leading to the demonic sovereign nursing a grievance. Even now, it was a mystery. In the past, there were all types of rumors, now already all legends. There were all types of interpretations, difficult to decipher what was true and what was false. A day later, while Shi silently comprehended the Tao laws of this place, a honglong sounded. It was because his body was covered in glaring patterns. It was too strange. One could imagine just how much curse power he endured, just how serious it was. It was extremely astonishing. If it was any other creature, they would have long died, but Shi could still hold on, not suffering any life-threatening corrosion. Put on. Suddenly, a creature jumped out from the resplendent river. There were old corpses that were tens of millions of years old, their fingernails pitch black, extremely long like iron hooks, incomparably sharp. It rushed out of the river, actually throwing itself towards Shi. This really was strange. Since when could corpses in the river attack? Shi felt like these things had long died, so they shouldn't have this type of reaction. Hong! His fist smashed out, powerful and domineering, carrying a wave of dominant force. It smashed into the old corpse's claws, smashing it to pieces, the damaged bones falling in the river. It was just this direct. Now, Shi was in the self-release realm, able to force his way through all enemies in this world, without any need to fear anything. He could just simply and directly destroy everything. However, soon afterwards, he discovered an issue. After this old corpse broke apart, the nearby curse power erupted. It really is troublesome. Shi frowned. There were all types of dangers near this river. Honglong. In the end, Shi propped up a barrier. This was the brilliance of his reincarnation shining. The gates in his body opened, releasing powerful potential that belonged to him. At this moment, the curse power was stopped. He possessed the might of invulnerability to all methods. This was related to him continuously opening his body's treasury. His constitution, potential, and other things all exceeded the past. Even if the curse power was proportionate to his cultivation, he could make it through, face it head-on. Honglong. The surface of Shi's body shone, becoming extremely brilliant, as if a war immortal surrounded in 108 divine rings appeared, indescribably transcendent and powerful. He pressed forward. Kacha! Lightning-like noise erupted. Yet this wasn't lightning, but rather curse power that was erupting, bursting beside Shi's body, absolutely deafening. However, this time it didn't injure him. Even though his body shook, he steadied himself, continuing forward with large steps. Many years of tempering made his body and soul undergo qualitative leaps. Not only did his Tao skills and magical force forge ahead, the potential within himself did as well. This time, there was no shadow of death looming over him, more easygoing than last time. In Desolate Border, even though this curse's strength was proportionate to one's strength, Shi still didn't feel fear, continuing step after step. In the end, he arrived. He saw a great tomb in the distance. It was extremely tall, extremely large, looking like a mountain peak. The yellow earth looked ancient, but that place was not calm. There was electrical radiance, curse power, as well a terrifying great Tao aura. This grave was too large, piled up from yellow earth. That resplendent great river surged from the void. After it arrived here, it entered the great grave and vanished. This was extremely strange. That great grave seemed like a world of its own, able to hold all things between heaven and earth. The great river surged, carrying curse power, actually able to enter the grave. Apart from this, on the mountain-like yellow earth tomb, there were a few plants, all of them rare great medicine. They carried lightning attribute, flickering with electrical radiance, releasing pai-pa noises. Grandpa! Suddenly Shi cried out. It was because he immediately recognized the elder in front of the great grave, precisely there, quietly sitting. It was Grandpa 15, he really was here. Towards his own grandfather being able to reach this place, Hao didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise. It was because back then, when Zhongtian was pursued, he fled next to the great river, enduring the curse power, yet still lived. Meanwhile, Zhongtian had the demonic sovereign's true blood, so there was even less to worry about. After many years had passed, Zhongtian's changes were great. He became younger, his hair black, extremely thick. Apart from that, his broken arm had long healed, as good as new. The current Zhongtian was full of thriving blood energy, looking extremely young, seemingly even younger than Xiling, as if he was only 30-something years of age. There were some things happening above his body. There were drops of dark red blood rising from the river and from the yellow earth great tomb, turning into a bloody mist and surrounding Grandpa 15. Is that Amon? Soon afterwards, he saw a young lady, actually sitting on the yellow earth tomb, accompanied by a jade coffin. Amon, this was a name that was extremely familiar, yet also extremely distant. She had previously accompanied him when he was young, taking care of him extremely well, helping him who was dying manage to survive. Hao's eyes were slightly red. Back then, the entire world abandoned him, his supreme being bone gouged out, his body crippled. No one believed he would survive. At that time, there was only a little girl who never left him. She was bullied by everyone from the other courtyards, yet she still protected him, took care of him. Hao took a deep breath, having himself calm down. He examined this place in a collected and cool-headed manner. It was because this place was incredibly sinister. Grandpa 15's eyes were closed, not moving at all, never waking. Meanwhile, Amon sat on a mountainous yellow earth great tomb. Next to her a jade coffin, also appearing extremely strange. Both of their eyes were closed, clearly in an unusual state. A long river flowed through the void, silver radiance dazzling. Meanwhile, on the river, there were specks of faint golden radiance. Was that gathered lightning, or was it caused by the demonic sovereign's blood? Now, the entire river was flowing into the great grave, while the end of the river disappeared. The great yellow earth was filled with heaven-reaching divine light, this place incomparably dazzling. It was because differently shaped lightning surrounded this place, even many stars here, all of these things created from lightning. There was even immortal Tao energy here, true immortal Tao arcs that appeared, dispersed throughout this place. Was this residue from the past tribulation? Hao was extremely careful, no longer disturbing those two. It was because he always felt like there was something strange going on with this place. Oh! Suddenly, a mysterious roar sounded, deep and terrifying, as if it penetrated into one's soul, as if an unmatched malicious spirit was howling. Hao's body trembled. What kind of creature was this? Where was it? He actually didn't discover it ahead of time. After searching around carefully, he still didn't end up with any results. He stared at the yellow grave. Could it be inside the tomb? Only there were no fluctuations that came out from there. Moreover, his heavenly eyes were ineffective here, unable to see through the yellow tomb. Hao's expression became serious. There were two people who were extremely important to him here, so he had to be extremely cautious. He examined every inch of this place carefully. There were some plants left on the yellow earth, all of them great medicines, tens to over 100 of them. They carried dazzling symbols, glistening with life. It was to the extent where there was a fragrance that reached out, wafting through the powerful lightning. Amon seemed to be sitting there, but in reality, her legs were buried in the tomb. The roaring voice disappeared. It was an indistinct and mysterious cry, as if it was warning him, but also as if it was intimidating all of the creatures in this world. Hao's eyes erupted with divine radiance. He carefully looked over this place again and again, watching Amon. It was because there were changes happening to her. Her beautiful black hair was bright, forehead sparkling white, reflecting a deep radiance. Her beautiful eyes were closed, fine nose straight. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, but there were wisps of sinister patterns that gradually extended across her face, as if the demonic markings were attaching themselves to her face. What was going on? These weren't patterns, but rather some type of true great Tao symbol, like demonic patterns, but also like immortal Tao symbols. There was a divine aura, as well as a strangeness flickering on her face. Sherhao's mind was pounding as he stared at Amon. That snow-white, swan-like neck also had dark red patterns extending downwards. Apart from this, Amon's snow-white fine hand was placed on the jade coffin. One could vaguely see deep light flickering about. Half of that jade coffin was inside the earth, half exposed. It was sparkling and brilliant, but also mysterious. Were the changes happening to her body related to it? Or was it to say that there were things in the grave that triggered the appearance of the dark red patterns on Amon's body, making her look so different? Sherhao didn't dare act rashly, because his grandfather and Amon both had strange changes happen to their bodies, in a certain state of equilibrium. Grandpa 15 didn't move at all. He sat in front of the tomb, black hair scattered about. In his surroundings, drop after drop of blood gathered from the river, from the grave and from the sky, entering his body. This transformation was too terrifying, truly making one shiver inwardly. Sherhao was fully aware that this was the demonic sovereign's place of death. This was someone who was close to achieving immortality, the tomb of someone who might have already stepped into the immortal Tao domain. Whose blood was this? Everything pointed towards the demonic sovereign. When he thought of this, he found it hard to calm down. Shi Zhongtian was his grandfather, while Amon was someone close to him that he ought to protect. Right now, they were both undergoing strange transformations, producing a shadow over his mind. In the end, Sherhao took a step forward. He had to take a risk here regardless, see what exactly was affecting these two. "Grandpa!" Sherhao lightly called out, not daring to disturb him too loudly. However, there was no activity there, not the slightest bit of activity. At the same time, when he approached, terrifying power attacked him. This was curse power, corroding his flesh and also hacking at his primordial spirit. This place attacked cultivators of all cultivation levels, powerful cultivation level alone not enough. As long as one set foot here, everyone would face the threat of death. It was to the extent where, in this place, those who were stronger might die even quicker. In the past, some of the 3,000 provinces' great figures were unconvinced, coming here to examine this place. In the end, they all fell along the way, unable to reach the tomb at all. Sherhao had strange symbols flicker about his body. They were extremely dazzling, the result of the curse power reaching the extreme. However, he still didn't die, standing there stably. His entire body shone, releasing 108 divine rings, brilliant and intimidating. If he was looked at from the distance, he would seem like a heavenly emperor from when the heavens were created, overlooking all things, extinguishing the worries and grief of the common people, universes within his palm. Many starry streams evaporated in his pupils, the cosmos collapsing and then being recreated. This was a type of extremely strange transformation. It was to the extent where Sherhao discovered that he himself had entered a type of powerful and dazzling state of sublimation, as if he had truly arrived at the age of creation, overlooking all things. Pong! His foot stamped down, crushing the void. He had himself calmed down, his consciousness withdrawing from the limitless expansion. It was because in that moment, even his primordial spirit seemed like it was going to burn, as if it was going to resonate with the Tao, merge with heaven and earth. What a mysterious aura. It almost made me resonate with the Tao, transform into the Tao here. Sherhao was startled. The so-called transforming into the Tao, putting it nicely, was to unite with the great world, but speaking about it more strictly, it was passing away while returning to heaven and earth, becoming a part of the natural Tao laws. This really was terrifying, this place seeming more and more strange. There was no one fighting him, yet he was already headed towards self-destruction. Moreover, it was something he was almost perfectly happy doing, feeling like he was sublimating, becoming stronger, about to step into the most profound great Tao. Is this the curse power producing these changes? Sherhao said to himself. He stared at his own grandfather and Amon. How did these two reach this place? How did they withstand the inauspicious curse power? This was especially the case for Amon, actually sitting on the grave. One had to understand that the Great Grave's curse power was the most powerful. Back then, Xianxia crawled on it to pick medicines, but he really did barely manage to survive, the process exceptionally difficult. Grandfather has the demonic sovereign's blood on him. Able to reach this place, it isn't that strange for him. Xianxia felt this made sense. As for Amon, some things definitely happened to her. Or else how could she sit on the immortal tomb, her face full of sinister mysterious patterns? There was also that jade coffin. It looked ancient, the patterns complicated, as if it wanted to inform those of the later world about something. It definitely had some terrifying past. It isn't like a coffin of this great era. Those patterns, those words, I don't recognize them. Xianxia frowned. He felt that the coffin belonged to something extremely ancient, even more ancient than the age of the demonic sovereign's existence. Hong! Suddenly, as Xianxia approached, a great wave of power was released. There was some kind of creature that appeared, walking out from the great grave, staring at him coldly. Xianxia was shaken. This great grave really wasn't ordinary, able to cut off all auras. Even though he was always on guard, always sensing his surroundings, he wasn't able to detect it ahead of time. You should just leave. That creature's voice was hoarse, weak and dispirited. It didn't seem to match the viciousness from just now. This was an elder holding a walking stick. The clothes on his body were already rotten. Only heaven knew how long he had been buried for. His skin released a rotting smell. His face was a waxen yellow, carrying a morbid complexion. Could even be said that these were the signs of a dead person. His eyes were turbid, entire body like skin and bones. This was really looking like a corpse. It was because even his skin and flesh were falling apart, rotten without luster, lacking vitality. It really was frightening, making one not want to face him. Who are you? Why are you here? Xianxia asked. That elder smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. They didn't match his decaying body, terrifyingly white. His clothes were all rotten. Right now, he looked at Xianxia in an extremely concentrated manner, a hint of expression appearing in his turbid eyes. He spoke like a ghost or malicious spirit. Ridiculously great aptitude, however. There is something wrong with you. He spoke like this. A cold wind swept about, making one's soul become cold. Demonic sovereign? Xianxia asked. He felt like there was a high possibility. Before me, who dares claim to be a sovereign? The elder said. Even though he was like a malicious spirit, there was still a type of domineeringness extremely fierce. Then, who are you? Xianxia's face became expressionless, facing this elder seriously. After the age of Emperor collapse, my rotting body wandered beside the netherworld, watching as great eras passed one after the next, seeing the great world change. As for who I am, I've already forgotten. Xianxia was immediately shaken. Who was this person? He spoke with such overbearing confidence, making it hard for others not to be shocked. Isn't this the demonic sovereign's grave? He asked like this. Demonic sovereign, this title really isn't all that humble. Was it a small fella who died here in the past? Nothing more than someone who ended up near my grave, the elder said. His complexion was a waxen yellow, some skin and flesh even falling off, even his cheekbones exposed. His eye sockets were also already sagging, this sight extremely shocking. Xianxia stared at him, and then at the great grave behind him. This place had a different background. When the demonic sovereign died, he wasn't buried here, but rather just happened to be next to this great grave. He then looked towards Amon as well as that jade coffin. Even though that coffin looked ancient, the patterns and symbols on it didn't belong to this great era. Only, he never expected there were other secrets here, that it would involve events and people from the age of Emperor collapse. The age of Emperor collapse truly was a long time ago. Just how glorious of an age was that? Your true body died, your remnant form completely empty, void and aimless. Unknown what kind of state it is in? Xianxia asked. Because of the great grave's existence, it was extremely difficult for him to see through this elder. In this place, even heavenly eyes were ineffective. Youngster, you shouldn't have come here, Those who come here are the living dead underworld servants. Hurry and leave. The elder said. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. He calmed himself. After all, the amount of things he had experienced were too many. There weren't many things that could truly leave him shaken now. This is the place of rest for the strong, not a place that can be disturbed. All those who come will be entangled by a curse. If you do not understand when to advance and retreat, even if you can resist now, sooner or later, you will meet death. Turn into a servant. The elder said seriously. Xianxia's face remained expressionless, staring at him, wishing to see this to the end. Do you know how this curse power is produced? The elder asked. His hair was gray, still rather dense. However, it was about to fall off together with his scalp. How is it produced? Xianxia asked. The symbols the ruined body carried before death shattered it. Just a strand that leaked out from my grave turned this place into a cursed land. The elder said. The ruined body is in the grave. You are merely a void projection? Xianxia stared at him. Immortal tomb was too strange, the heavenly eyes ineffective here, so it really was hard to see what was real and what was fake. It was difficult for him to see through the curse mist before the grave even with his divine senses. At the same time, he also revealed a surprised expression. Only a strand of aura leaked out, yet it already turned this into a place of danger. If the ruined body was completely exposed, then what would happen then? As if he knew what Xianxia was thinking, the elder said, if the true body is revealed, the heavens would collapse and earth sink. All life wither away, a great era buried. According to what he said, he was now already no longer the expert from the age of Emperor Collapse, just a ruined body, corpse long rotten, now only carrying some remnant consciousness. He was already a completely different existence from before. However, if the true ruined body were to appear, then it would completely bury this great world. This type of saying really was too terrifying. Just how frightening was the body buried in this tomb. This river is just a few drops of remnant blood that flowed out of the ruined body before, condensing the aura of time, as well as the power of lightning, becoming a long river. After the great grave appeared in the recent great era, the remnant blood is returning on its own. The elder said, if others were here, they would definitely shudder. How terrifying of a secret was this? It would leave the giants of all directions shaken. It really was too shocking. Xianxia calmed down. After experiencing life and death repeatedly, fighting emperor clans and facing Anlin, he could remain calm even in this type of place. It was because he had his own judgment, even more so his own confidence. What goes on in this place has nothing to do with me. I only wish to bring away that young lady and the seated elder. Xianxia pointed towards Amon and the great demonic god Grandpa 15. He wanted to bring these two away. Youngster, your request is too great. It is too late. They have already become the living dead, turned into servants. The elder said. Chong. Xianxia didn't say anything, directly walking forward, moreover wearing the long life battle armor. The silver armor was dazzling, making him look even more heroic, the divine halos around his body becoming even more resplendent. What? You still wish to take action here? With a honglong noise, the great tomb shook. A terrifying fluctuation transmitted out from within, making one shake in fear. It was as if a giant was resurrecting, awakening. You want to turn them into servants? Over my dead body, Xianxia said with incomparable conviction, expressing his intent. This isn't good. Youngster, you really don't know when to come and when to leave. Even if you can resist the curse right now, one day, you will come here on your own to become a servant. The elder said, his expression becoming cold. Even though he was like a living corpse, he still had some expressions. Xianxia didn't stop, still advancing. His grandfather and Amon were here. Even if there was great danger, there was no way he would leave. How could he watch them lose themselves here? Chong. Immediately afterwards, he even pulled out the everlasting sword core. This sword is a bit familiar, the elder said. At the same time, it was as if his fine hairs stood on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing on his old skin. Then he quickly backed up. This made Sure Hao reveal a strange expression. He pressed forward again. Hong! The great grave was shaking powerfully, even an extremely terrifying aura rushing out, as well as a powerful fluctuation. Hong Long! At the same time, another figure appeared, merging with the elder. He grabbed towards Sure Hao, that palm too large, terrifying beyond compare, carrying an overcast aura. The palm was rotten, bones exposed. This power really was terrifying, as if it could make heaven and earth collapse, restrict all Tao, destroy all things. In that instant, many stars in this world seemed to have exploded, endless clans wailing in anguish. The entire world seemed to have countless creatures who died at the same time, becoming lumps of bloody mist. All of this was too real. It was as if a series of events were happening in this world, transmitted here. Hong! Sure Hao released a cold snort. Previously, you tried to make me transform into the Tao. Now, you still carry this type of delusion, still wishing to trap me? He remained extremely calm, long seeing through something. The everlasting sword core stabbed forward without hesitation. Hong Long Long. In that instant, the destruction of heaven and earth and withering of all life scenes disappeared. That rotting hand was stabbed through by the sword core, but it didn't break apart, instead retracting. Suppress! That elder shouted. At the same time, the most powerful aura transmitted over, rumbling with noise, extremely ferocious. Moreover, some yellow earth from above the great grave flew over, forming a yellow earth great imprint, suppressing downwards. Pong! Sure Hao held the sword core in hand, fiercely waving it, directly cutting apart that yellow earth imprint. Pooh! When it hacked out, there was nothing the sword core couldn't sweep through, as if it could suppress all of the strangeness in this place. With a pu sound, a portion of the decaying flesh on the elder's hand fell. Immediately afterwards, the elder turned around to run, wishing to enter the great grave. Pong! The moment Sure Hao raised his hand, a steel appeared in his hand, the void immortal gold steel. This was something the undead knight Sanzang gifted him, brought back from Immortal domain, suspected to be a wordless heavenly book from the age of Emperor Collapse. The steel flew out, used by Sure Hao as a brick. With a pong sound, it smashed into the back of the elder's head, immediately making him stagger. Great Tao symbols surged, making him roar in fury. Didn't you say that when the ruined body appeared, even the skies would collapse and earth sink? That this great era would be buried, all life wither away? Sure Hao sneered. The everlasting sword core swept out, sword radiance erupting. If not for him carefully controlling it, who knew how many tens of thousands of li it would fly out, possibly cutting apart the great grave. Don't touch the ancient grave. That elder was alarmed, as if he felt incomparable fear, actually shuddering. Sure Hao was moved, sensing something, having a type of intuition. He felt like if he really hacked open the grave, something incomparably terrifying would happen. Fortunately, he always controlled himself, the sword radiance cutting into the elder, but not fully erupting with power. Pooh! The elder was cut in half at the waist, turning into two streaks of earthen yellow radiance. The two broken bodies entered the great grave. Sure Hao examined this place carefully. There was a crack in the grave that could be entered. At this moment he was extremely brave, actually, following inside. You? The elder was extremely shocked. Others would be corroded by the curse until not even bones remained here, dying disastrously. Yet this youngster was too much of a monster, actually able to enter. One had to understand that from the past until now, not many people could touch the great grave, because the curse power was too vicious. As for entering the grave, that was something they didn't even need to think about. As long as it was entered slightly, flesh and bone would rot, the body completely corroded. Sure Hao felt intense pain over his whole body, but he could still resist entering. He gave the elder a cold look, wishing to capture him. It was because he had too many questions about this place. Pong! The everlasting sword core descended, striking the elder's head. He released a loud cry, immediately revealing his original form, landing on the ground. He actually turned into a piece of rotting flesh, within it a piece of ruined bone. This was his true body? Shurhao was stunned. What kind of origins do you have exactly? What kind of identity? Shurhao shouted. Stop, you can't act randomly here. This tomb won't tolerate your presumptuousness, or else both of our bodies and souls will be erased. I am the one asking questions here, Shurhao shouted. I am only a piece of rotting flesh and bone. Don't even know which age's unknown expert I came from, the elder said with a trembling voice. He really didn't have any confidence left, now directly telling Shurhao. However, Shurhao was quite shocked. According to what the elder said, he didn't belong to this era. There was a creature who came to explore this place, and then he was struck by a streak of light here, leaving behind a finger bone. This was its previous body. After endless years, this finger bone developed intelligence, having its independent consciousness, becoming him. This type of expert, even a piece of decaying flesh and ruined bone could turn into such a strong elder? It was because this elder really wasn't weak, actually extremely domineering. The most important thing was that the finger bone was in this cursed land. Yet it was only rotting, not destroyed, moreover developing sentience. What kind of place is this? Shurhao asked with a berating voice. What I said before was real, this really is the place of rest for the strong. Endless years ago, the lord of the restricted region had come here to pay homage. That person previously said this. When Shurhao heard this, he was stupefied. What else? Shurhao asked. This place can't be attacked. I heard that in the future, history's greatest turmoil will erupt, the greatest settling of accounts carried out. While this place seems to have an existence who will emerge, participate in these darkest of times. What? Shurhao was stunned. This is a corner of the bloody great turmoil. A leading figure of the future will return from this place. The gateway of a path. The elder's voice carried fear. A corner of the greater turmoil. The gate of return for one of the world's leading individuals? Shurhao was extremely shocked, greatly shaken up. What kind of blasted place was this? Why did a great grave become a path, become a gate? You dare speak nonsense. He berated because this elder told one lie after the other not too long ago, exaggerating the facts. Now he didn't really believe him anymore. Was this tomb really that sinister and terrifying? Every word I speak is true. If there are any lies, then I am ready to have my body and spirit extinguished, the elder vowed. In reality, Shurhao actually half believed this elder, because even though the elder wasn't that reliable just now, these things weren't completely lies. The greatest darkness turmoil, a great era flowing with blood, cruel last phase of an age, it will come sooner or later. At that time, there will be a great settling of grudges. It was hard to imagine just what kind of terrifying existences would appear at that time. Shurhao never thought that this place would be a corner of that great terror. There was an ancient path here that was directly linked into the everlasting unknown. In the future, there would be an existence that would appear from this place, enter the world. Lead the way, let me take a look, Shurhao shouted. The rotting flesh and bone on the ground shone, turning into an elder again. However, he had already been restricted by Shurhao's great Tao symbols to prevent him from acting out. The elder was extremely obedient, leading the way. After endless years, who dared enter the great grave, moreover enter the depths in such a proactive manner? Apart from the lord of a restricted region, Shurhao might be the only one. If it was a normal person, just standing outside the tomb would turn their bodies into withered bones, ruined beyond recognition, dying without a proper burial site. Meanwhile, if they entered the grave, even the sturdiest Tao bones would collapse, turn to dust. Shurhao withstood the corrosion, his entire body shining, releasing 108 divine rings, surrounding his body. He stood tall at the center of the universe, overlooking all living things. What kind of origins did your past body have? Can you not even recall anything? Shurhao asked. I have no memories. The elder shook his head. This elder was only a small finger bone of some type of existence that fell here. All of the blood essence was gone, completely rotten, yet it could still develop sentience in the end, becoming a terrifying expert. That individual from the past really was terrifying. The great grave was extremely vast, as if there was no end to this place. The inside was limitless, as if it was a great world. The yellow earth disappeared, limestone path appeared, cut out by someone. An ancient path appeared in the tomb, leading into a shining place at the limits of the passage. Inside the great tomb it was as if he arrived in a field, this place extremely vast. The limestone ground filled this field, leading towards the destination. "We are almost there," the elder said. The two of them were both powerful individuals with great strength. They could naturally shrink the earth to inches, hurry to the destination. When they got closer, this place underwent a transformation. It was no longer wide, and it stopped shining as well, returning to a natural state. It actually became a tomb passage, becoming a gravesite. Inside the yellow earth tomb was a single path that led towards a bronze gate. It was tightly shut, carrying green rust, extremely ancient. It seemed like many great eras had already passed. This gate never opened before. This was the final destination. It was closed. There was no way to open it. Sure, how had the elder pushed the door? But the elder was immediately horrified, body trembling slightly, not daring to approach at all. There is no way to touch this gate. When the living make contact with it, they will immediately die, become smoke and dust, the elder said. He had no choice but to say this, or else sure how really would force him to open the bronze gate. Apart from this, that river also flowed to this place. Outside the great grave, there was a dazzling long river surging in the void. There were some who said that it was caused by the aftereffects of immortal Tao lightning, others saying that it was an existence's blood. In the end, it entered the great tomb. The final place it entered was precisely this place. Beneath the bronze gate was a crack, extremely small. That brilliant silvery river entered the gate through that place, disappearing from there. This river could actually flow into the gate. Just what kind of secrets are there to this? Sure how examined this place carefully. At the same time, he sensed an incomparably terrifying aura. His entire body even about to explode, break apart. The curse power of this place was horrifyingly great. He felt like if it was his past self, if he didn't experience the body as a seed path and came here, he would likely be corroded into withered bones, even his bones perhaps crushed into ashes. The curse power was too serious. All of it came from behind that gate. What I said before wasn't completely false, the elder said, explaining to him. It was because the everlasting sword core in Sure Hao's hands was already pointed at the space between his brows. If he moved it just a bit more, it would stab in and end his life. This river is known as Guidance River, able to guide that returning existence from an endlessly distant mysterious timespace, bring it on the path of return, the elder said. This was extremely shocking. This river was connected to an unknown world, all for the sake of guiding a single existence. Sure Hao was moved. It might not be a single existence, perhaps even an entire clan. The elder really was starting to become fearful of the youngster before him, forced to speak about some things he knew. Of course, these were things he heard the lord of the restricted region say. Otherwise, he alone had no chance of learning any of this. Some of what he said before really was true. For example, this river was condensed from some drops of blood that landed in this world, mixing in time along with curses and other things. Meanwhile, those drops of blood belonged to the existence behind the bronze gate who was going to return in the future. It was precisely because of this that it was able to guide it back, offer it the most precise coordinates. After understanding what type of place this was, Sure Hao's expression became grave. He stood here for a long time. This was a gate of disaster, the path of return of a creature or a clan. You are quite special, completely unaffected even though the curse power is so strong here, able to live here long term. Sure Hao looked towards the elder. The elder revealed a bitter smile, wanting to say right back, "Aren't you just fine too?" He released a light sigh, saying, "I lost my blood essence. Now only some rotting flesh dregs, already assimilated with the curse power." Him speaking like this, from a certain perspective, meant that if there was blood essence left once he gained sentience, he would definitely be more powerful than he was now. Shurhao asked him many things, wishing to know where exactly the gate leads to, what kind of ancient path it was. However, in the end, there really was no more valuable information he could get from him. What I want to know is what exactly is happening to those two outside. Shurhao was extremely serious. Moreover, he dragged the elder back out of the grave, unable to stay inside long term. No matter how heaven-defying Shurhao was, he couldn't stand before that rust-covered ancient gate long term. The corrosion power there was too terrifying. This old fella, for some reason, is extremely close to the true blood the demonic sovereign left behind, resonating with it, able to gather the remnant blood scattered about nearby. The elder said, "What kind of attitude is that?" Shurhao glared at him. "He is my grandfather." The elder immediately changed his words. "Ah, this old senior is extremely strange, able to fuse with the demonic sovereign's blood. It will most likely be great natural luck for him, of course, if everything goes smoothly." "Stop being so corny, he's much younger than you," Shurhao said. He really didn't know what to say to this elder. He really lacked a moral backbone. The great demonic god Grandpa 15 now looked extremely young, black hair falling like a waterfall, as if he was 30-something years of age, precisely at the prime of his life. "When can he wake up?" Shurhao asked. 8 to 10,000 years at least, I reckon," the elder said. "That long?" Shurhao didn't believe this elder. Who was the demonic sovereign? Back then, he stepped into the immortal domain. If not for being surrounded by lightning and ominous black clouds, he would have already achieved immortality, so his remnant blood is naturally precious. If one wishes to merge with it, they can forget about it, it's nothing more than inevitable death. However, for some reason, your grandfather is able to absorb it bit by bit, but because the difference in cultivation levels between the two is too great, he naturally needs time to accumulate it. The elder spoke the truth. Shurhao frowned. He released a light sigh, and then nodded. "What is going on with Amon?" Shurhao pointed at the young lady on the tomb. I do not know either. It is quite mysterious and also quite sinister." The elder carried a look of apprehension. When he looked at Amon, he was a bit fearful. He actually revealed this type of expression, completely outside Shurhao's predictions. Why is it like this? She was previously cursed, but in the end, she didn't transform into the Tao like others, turn into withered bones, instead became surrounded by dark red patterns like those of a formation diagram, but also like the embodiment of some type of great Tao. Eventually, she actually summoned the jade coffin from in front of the bronze gate to her side. The elder explained. This left Shurhao shocked. What exactly happened to Amon? The elder suspected that Amon most likely obtained something strange in the outside world, something that was related to this place, connected to the bronze gate's mysterious ancient path, which was why she ended up moving the jade coffin. This jade coffin was originally resting in front of the bronze gate? Shurhao asked. Correct. That jade coffin left the elder incomparably fearful. After all these years, he didn't dare touch it. The one time he did almost ended his life. However, in this era, the ancient coffin actually flew out on its own, arriving outside the yellow earth tomb, appearing at the young lady's side. This was also the reason why, after he was startled, seeing the two individuals outside the tomb, he still didn't dare act recklessly. What kind of speculations do you have? Shurhao asked him. After all, the elder lived here for a long time, he definitely knew more than him. I suspect that this jade coffin is something that the existence who will be returning through that gate will use. This young lady might be extremely important in the future. Speak a bit more in detail. Shurhao's expression wasn't all that good. This young lady, if she doesn't become an inheritor, then she will become a servant, in charge of guarding the gate. Moreover, personally open up that ancient path, the elder said. Shurhao wished to retrieve his own grandfather, even more so wishing to bring away Amon, but found that this was extremely difficult. The two of them didn't wake up, as if they were still sleeping. He revealed a look of concern, now truly worried. Grandpa 15 merged with the demonic sovereign's blood. This wasn't something completely unexpected, because he previously obtained a clump of the demonic sovereign's true blood sealed in a divine stone. As for Amon's transformation, it really was unforeseen. You don't need to worry, it is most likely a good thing. Once the bronze gate opens in the future, you will have some type of connection to the powerful being from this path. If there is a decisive battle, you can obtain protection. The elder said. Those under eaves had no choice but to lower their heads, especially someone like him without any backbone, naturally lowering his attitude, seriously helping Xianxia analyze and make considerations. Amon will become a servant? Xianxia asked. This was something he definitely couldn't accept. Not necessarily. Perhaps she will become an inheritor, the elder said. Then his lips moved, saying, something even more shocking might happen. What do you mean? Xianxia looked towards him. That level of existence's magical force is unmatched, soul eternally steady, invulnerable to all tribulations. I believe that he likely has many types of methods to return. Perhaps this young lady will become its eyes, learn its methods, and then it will sense this, thus able to see what the present world is like. The elder said. Even though he wasn't much different from a wandering soul or ghost, he had witnessed quite a few things, because he had lived just too long, even witnessing a restricted region's lord, let alone other things. This is even harder to accept, Xianxia said. Perhaps it really is an unmatched great natural luck. The coffin choosing a disciple in that existence's place. The elder said. Xianxia remained silent. He couldn't allow anything bad to happen to Amon. Regardless of what happens, your strength right now isn't enough. Definitely can't help them. That coffin has a mysterious power on it. Back then, I touched it slightly, yet my body and spirit were already almost destroyed. If not for that instance, I would be stronger than I am now, the elder said. Xianxia released a light sigh. This was reality. His cultivation period was still short. Once that level of methods were involved, no matter how heaven-defying he was, he still couldn't do anything. He had to become stronger. He now felt more and more strongly that only by grasping the strength to overwhelm all enemies in the world could he protect those at his side. Otherwise, he would always be at the mercy of others. Amon was still all right. Staying here wasn't necessarily a bad thing, possibly natural luck. Meanwhile, when he thought of the events in Desolate Border, Xianxia's heart felt heavy. Desolate Border's 7 kings all died. The original emperor city collapsing. It was shrouded in raging flames, falling into the great desert. Hualinger life or death was unknown. Seized by Anlin together with a province. Xianxia was powerless to stop this. All because his cultivation wasn't enough, only able to watch helplessly. I want to become stronger. Find a place where I won't be bothered by anyone to cultivate in secret. All the way until I can look down on all enemies in this world. Xianxia said, his conviction firm. He came here to rescue people, but ultimately discovered that he couldn't bring these two away at all. Comparatively speaking, he could now move as he pleased through the 3,000 provinces, yet when it touched upon the unknown chaos, he was still extremely lacking. How long does she need to wake up? Xianxia looked at Amon. It was quite regretful. He wasn't able to say anything to her, only having his past memories. Then he looked towards Grandpa 15. His own grandfather shouldn't be in danger. His revival just a matter of time. However, Amon was full of uncertainty. He had no idea. You can be at ease. No one can injure them. At the very least, they are quite safe in the 3,000 provinces. The elder said. It was because Amon had the jade coffin protecting her. As for Grandpa 15, there was the demonic sovereign's true blood slowly gathering. Extremely terrifying. Take proper care of them for me, Xianxia said. He displayed a type of ancient secret technique, removing a piece of the elder's primordial spirit imprint, refining it and controlling it. If he was betrayed, this could be used to kill the elder. The elder was extremely unwilling, but he had no choice. Xianxia left for now, flying out of Fiend Island along the original path. In the end, he gave this place a final look, releasing a sigh. He was going to wait for a period of time. If nothing was wrong here, those two still in the same states, then he would decisively leave, cultivate on his own. While Xianxia roamed the 3,000 provinces, in the 9 heavens above undercurrents were brewing. In certain ancient families, there were people who were discussing softly, mentioning sure how. From the information we have received, he is still in the 3,000 provinces, hasn't left yet. Entering the lower realms is easier said than done. If he forcefully heads down, he will be half crippled. I am a bit confused. Why is Huang in such a hurry to leave? Head into the lower realms. It is because he knows that the higher realms wouldn't be safe. At the very least, back then, there was someone who labeled his bloodline as the sinner's bloodline. There is a true immortal among those creatures. The ones who were secretly discussing bore hostility against Sure Hao. There were a few people discussing whether they should kill Huang. The current Sure Hao was unmatched below the supreme being level. If they wanted to kill him, how could it be that easy? Perhaps only by moving out supreme beings would there be a chance. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. One could see just how frightening this power was, how deep this ancient family's backing was to have this kind of thought, daring to head to the 3,000 provinces to deal with Huang. Forget it. It's best if we don't have anything unexpected happen. There were others who were opposed. Perhaps my clan doesn't need to take action. Those individuals in the 3,000 provinces might not be able to hold themselves back already. Could they really just bear to watch him hide in the lower realms' 8 regions? Someone sneered. Sure Hao returned to Qin clan, seeing his parents, younger brother, as well as unaging heavenly sovereign Immortal Qin. When Shirzailing and Qin Yining saw him return safely, they first released a sigh of relief, but then they became a bit nervous, because Grandpa 15 and Aman didn't return with him. Sure Hao told them that some things happened there, leaving all of them shocked. Grandfather isn't in danger, right? Qin Hao was shocked. Aman. That child. Just what kind of changes did she experience? Qin Yining was worried. I don't know either. Sure Hao shook his head, releasing a sigh. Then, he told them what he thought, that he was prepared to wait for a period of time. In the following days, he focused on searching for a path back into the lower realms. You don't need to continue racking your brains. The old ancestor already sent out people to investigate. They've made some progress. Qin Yining said. This was good news. Sure Hao was starting to get a headache already. While Qin clan's influence was so great, if they secretly moved out people, the efficiency would obviously be much greater than him working alone. All right. Then before leaving, I am going to do some things. Sure Hao left, still heading out alone. This time, he began to look into everything related to Supreme Hall. Regardless of whether it was its people or remains, they were all part of his objective. Unfortunately, in the end, he didn't find anything. A month later, Sure Hao returned to Qin clan with disappointment. Child, there is new information about the path into the lower realms, about to be confirmed. Qin Yining said, telling Sure Hao the good news. Good. Before leaving, Sure Hao wanted to properly deal with everything. Unfortunately, would his grandfather and Aman be able to wake up in time? He released a light sigh. If he stayed in the higher realms for too long, as time went on, would some people become restless, take action against him ahead of time? I want a quiet room to stay in where I won't be disturbed by others. Sure Hao told his parents. Moreover, he had the Emperor Butterfly watch over him, ready to wake him up at any time. It was because he was going to separate his primordial spirit from his body, head to a certain place, settle some past matters and desires. You are going to enter spirit realm? Shirzailing asked. On the side, Qin Hao also revealed a look of shock. Yes, I want to enter the Void God realm through spirit realm. Sure Hao nodded. This, won't it be dangerous? Qin Yining was worried. It won't. Sure Hao shook his head. The lower realms had the Void God realm. Legend had it that it was constructed from the wills of the deceased deities from the archaic times. Meanwhile, in the higher realm, there was similarly a world of spirit, just that it was called Spirit Realm, but in reality the meaning was similar, rumored to be constructed out of divine Tao consciousness as well. However, now that Sure Hao was powerful to this extent, he was sure that regardless of whether it was the Void God realm or Spirit Realm, neither one of them were simple. The legends weren't enough to explain everything. It was because right now he was precisely a deity, moreover extremely powerful, but when he asked himself if he could do such a thing, create such a massive spiritual world, it was completely impossible. Apart from this, in the 9 heavens above, there was also this type of spiritual world. Only, in all these years he had always been fighting, moreover headed to desolate border, not having time to experience these things. Now, he was about to return to the lower realms. The reason he entered the spiritual world wasn't to get to the bottom of its existence, but rather to understand one matter. Back then, when he was in the Void God realm, he had broken all types of records, bronze pieces falling from the sky. If 10 pieces were gathered, then he could obtain an extremely powerful precious technique. In the past, Void God Realm's mysterious bird grandpa and coin elder had previously promised that if he was powerful enough, he could fight his way down from spirit realm, and then enter the Void God Realm. Only then they would give him that precious technique. According to what they said, that precious technique was definitely terrifying, possibly an inheritance of the Vicious 10. From what these two told him, it might very well be the true dragon precious technique, or perhaps the reborn true phoenix secret technique. This was something Xianxia needed. Now, he was already preparing to return to the lower realms, so he naturally had to make a trip through spirit realm, open the gate into the Void God realm. This was so that when he returned to the lower realms, he would obtain that powerful precious technique. At the same time, in the future, he would definitely carefully investigate the secrets of that spiritual country. Thoroughly investigate it. Where is Huang? Where did he go? After completely overturning demonic sunflower garden, bringing the entire palace and treasury away, why isn't he doing anything now? He shouldn't have returned to the lower realms yet. If he forcefully tried to, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. In the 3,000 provinces, many powers were keeping a close eye on Xianxia, all of them wishing to know what he was doing, because he really took action decisively last time. Too shocking. There were some great sects that were extremely nervous, always on guard against him. In the end, there was no sign of him during this period. Underworld Earth, Immortal Palace, and Heavenly Country. These inheritances' origins were all extremely great, possessing secrets unknown to anyone else. But even they didn't dare lower their guard. I actually wouldn't mind him coming my way. It's better to kill him earlier instead of having him break into the Supreme Being realm, become a disaster in the future. Inside an ancient palace, someone spoke out, voice hoarse, as if a deity from hell was muttering, making one shiver all over in fear. One could see just how terrifying some powers were. Even though Xianxia had slaughtered out such a brilliant reputation in Desolate Border, there were still many people who were unconvinced, not scared of him at all. For example, Immortal Palace, even while Xianxia was in Desolate Border, he already heard that there might be a half-ruined true immortal slumbering within that rust-filled copper palace, his strength impossible to surmise. Now, one of them carried a mysterious faint smile on his face, not all that scared of Xianxia. However, there were some people who revealed looks of worry as well, for example, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, and others. These were the powers behind Six Crown King Ningchuan, people who had always acted against the sinner's blood descendants. If Huang returned and took action against them, then it would be impossible for them to defend themselves. That was why they didn't hesitate to hint at threatening that they knew where the sinner's blood descendants and their residences in the higher realms were. Thus, if Huang dared act viciously, they would get revenge because they knew where Stone Clan, Fire Clan, and some other places were. During the Battle of Desolate Border, Anlin risked the danger of being turned into dried bones, forcefully breaking through the pass, paying a tremendous price to deliver a world-shocking strike during the shortest amount of time. He seized all of Sin Province, basically capturing the Sinner's Bloodline's foundation. Even so, there were still some people scattered in different provinces, but this was the minority. Immortal Mountain. Xianxia sat inside a meditation room, not moving at all. A golden butterfly fluttered about on his shoulder, protecting him. Apart from this, Xiling, Qin Yining, and others were all nearby as well, sitting down. No matter how strong Xianxia was, how valiant and heroic he was now, they still feared that something unexpected would happen to him, because their eldest son was currently facing the brunt of the incoming storm. This was especially the case when they learned that the 3,000 provinces might have a true immortal, all of them becoming worried, fearing that Xianxia would be attacked. Right now, Xiao's body was warm and gentle like jade, But there was no consciousness inside, because his true spirit had entered a spiritual country. Spirit realm, a vast and limitless place. It was in roughly the same layout as the 3,000 provinces, the two corresponding to each other. The great mountain was majestic, spiritual energy rising in spirals. Ancient trees towered into the heavens. Apes shouted and tigers roared, full of a primitive and savage feel. This was spirit realm. Xianxia walked along the great earth, couldn't help but release a sigh. Just how powerful were the existences who made this spiritual world. When a true spirit lived in this world, there was no difference from being in the outside world. The silver waterfall was grand. When it poured down from great mountains, tens of thousands of zhang tall, it crashed down like thunder, the noise tremendous. The waterfall smashed against the mountain cliff, releasing terrifying rumbling sounds, producing waves of white-colored billows. Xianxia continued forward. He was heading towards the place from back then. He was going to follow a path there into the void god realm. However, along the way he learned of many things because there were many cultivators entering and leaving spirit realm every day, not much different from the real world, chatting about. There are some great sects who are on guard against me, even wishing harm onto me? When Xianxia heard this, he immediately sneered. They dare threaten me? He continued forward, feeling like if he encountered any of them along the way, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Fire Cloud Cavern's range of influence? It really was quite the coincidence. Not that long after entering Spirit Realm, when he passed some famous mountains and great rivers, he learned that Fire Cloud Cavern wasn't that far. In reality, the various great sects all had their own foundations in Spirit Realm, because one could similarly cultivate in this spiritual country, able to foster elite disciples. Xianxia had his arms behind his back, directly paying them a visit. Heavens! Who is that person? I'm not seeing things, right? There were immediately people who discovered him. It was because at this point, Xianxia was definitely a famous person. His portrait was hung in some sects, not for the sake of admiration, but rather because they were scared that they would provoke some great disaster if they didn't recognize him. This was especially the case with the great sects who were at odds with him, all of them on guard, naturally having their disciples carefully examining and remembering his appearance. Who would have thought that Huang, who had remained quiet all this time, would appear in Spirit Realm just like this, entering Fire Cloud Cavern's territory? This triggered quite a commotion, startling this region. Many sects immediately moved after receiving news, quite a few people rushing over. It was because the effects of this were too great. Huang, what are you trying to do? You are not allowed to act recklessly. The region Fire Cloud Cavern was in was full of spiritual energy, purple multicolored light flickering about, immortal mist hazy. In that place was a purple mountain. An ancient cave opened within it. There was strong heaven and earth essence stored within, even more so overflowing fiery light. Xianxia's black hair naturally fluttered about, looking extremely handsome and delicate. However, right now, his presence was extremely shocking, as if he was a venerable solitary immortal who was approaching this place. He had his hands behind his back, standing here, exuding a terrifying aura as he overlooked these mountains and rivers. Hong! Xianxia raised his hand, a palm pressing forward. As a result, the purple-colored mountain continuously exploded, fiery light rushing into the heavens. This place experienced a great collapse. Everyone became stupefied. What kind of power was this? He stood outside the mountain gate, just a single palm, and then regardless of whether it was the mountain gate or the sect protecting formations, everything collapsed, breaking apart there. When those of other powers heard these news and rushed over, they all became incomparably horrified, seeing only desolation and ruins. It was just that direct. When Xianxia passed this place, he swept through Fire Cloud Cavern's foundation in Spirit Realm. Don't let me hear any more threatening words, or else I will slaughter my way inside. These were the words Xianxia left behind, and then he continued on his way. Many powers didn't see Xianxia take action themselves, but they knew how terrifying he was. Those ruins were enough to explain everything. After this event, many experts in Fire Cloud Cavern in the real world coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale, as if they suffered from a great illness. It was because being killed in spirit realm would cause one's real body to suffer greatly, their vitality greatly harmed. Sure Hao continued on his way. Soon afterwards, he encountered Phantom Drake Dao Gates Foundation. He was even less polite in this place. A fist smashing outwards, crushing the mountain gate. A group of experts exploded, turning into a bloody mist and flowing light, thus disappearing. This matter's effects were too great, shaking up the 3,000 provinces. Then, Sure Hao didn't act so brashly anymore, vanishing from everyone's eyes. He moved through the skies, heading towards the place that was connected to the Void God realm. This region was extremely vast. On the mountain cliff, there were vicious birds who built nests, incredibly large, covering the skies like clouds. On the ground, divine ants crawled about, every one of them the size of a calf. All types of vicious birds and vicious beasts roamed about. For normal people, it was extremely dangerous. However, it was as if Sure Hao was walking through a level field. Arriving here, chaotic energy was hazy up ahead, golden light faintly discernible, releasing a simple and unadorned aura. In that place, there was a pair of golden gates, incredibly massive. They were half closed, a small crack opened. This was precisely his destination. Sure Hao didn't hesitate, pushing it, opening the golden gates. There was a stone person here, divine light restrained within his body. Who? The stone person spoke. Back then, when Sure Hao came up here, it didn't move, nor did it have divine awareness, as if it couldn't sense anything, as if it was just a sculpture. Now, Sure Hao's blood energy was too vigorous, making the dormant stone person revive. It opened its eyes, firing out 2 streaks of golden light. I wish to pass through this place. Enter Void God realm. Sure Hao replied. Back then, he was extremely cautious, scared of startling the stone person. But now, he didn't feel such restraining fear. The stone being was extremely strong. He could sense this, but it could no longer stop him. After a moment of silence, the stone person released a light sigh, saying, My abilities are limited, unable to interfere with an existence who has broken through the limits. After speaking, multicolored light flashed. This stone person withdrew, his figure thus disappearing. It was clear that he was part of spirit realm's natural laws. Sure Hao continued forward, following an ancient path, quickly advancing. He headed towards the Copper Sparrow altar. Back then, when Sure Hao first arrived here, he fought with Feng Wu, also competed against Firegold Clan's Tengyi, oppressing his opponents. He was called a lower realm's great vicious being. Sure Hao didn't stop, continuing downwards along the stone stairs. When he was in Void God realm, Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder called this Heaven's Path. Back then, Sure Hao began to show the first signs of his own brilliance, boldly crossing illegally into Spirit Realm from Void God realm, going precisely through that path. At that time, it was extremely difficult, exhausting a great amount of strength. Now, with his earth to inches great divine ability, he was inconceivably fast. Finally, he arrived. A pair of giant gates stood in his way, isolating the path between the 2 realms. Those gates were closed, extremely sturdy, not the slightest crack opened. It was because back then, out of fear of the higher realms creatures slaughtering their way into the lower realms, it was then sealed. Sure Hao found it hard to calm down. His true body still hadn't returned yet his will already descended, about to enter that familiar place. Dong! Sure Hao struck the gate, immediately producing a great noise, shocking this entire ancient land. Primal chaos surged. This was the only path that was connected to the lower realm's spiritual world. Sure Hao was a bit moved. Perhaps going down like this might allow him to immediately see some familiar faces. Only, after knocking for a long time, there was still no reaction from behind this gate. This made him frown. What did he have to do to cross over? He couldn't just directly smash it open, right? One had to understand that these were giant gates built to stop the higher realms creatures from coming down, for blocking this passage. They were definitely incredibly sturdy, difficult to break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have towered here for so long, standing here all this time. Of course, the situation wasn't that absolute. He had previously heard Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder say that when one was powerful to the extreme, there wasn't much that couldn't be altered. Hong Sure Hao brandished his fist. Radiance shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, shaking up the entire giant gate. Regardless of whether it was the void god realm or spirit realm, what these spiritual worlds attached importance to was cultivation at the extremes of each level, to become even stronger, advance beyond the extreme. That was why when Sure Hao brandished his fist, it was extremely terrifying, triggering extremely powerful effects. Hong Long Long. The great gate was moved, releasing terrifying radiance, moreover accompanied by rumbling sounds. Who? Finally, a voice sounded from behind the gate, shouting out like this. Immediately afterwards, divine light became resplendent, like that of immortal ascension. Large amounts of light surrounded Sure Hao. With a schwa sound, he disappeared from this place, entering void god realm. Sure Hao appeared on an altar. He carefully examined his surroundings, seeing enormous stone pillars around him that flickered with mysterious lightning. The electrical arcs had some that were red-colored, some that were black, extremely terrifying. They interweaved together, forming metal chains, winding about those stone pillars, locking down this platform. A creature of the higher realm? Someone said quietly. This was a deity in silver armor, resplendent fiery light jumping about him. A powerful true flame burning in his surroundings. Sure Hao revealed a look of surprise. He actually entered a prison as soon as he passed through the stone gates. Locked down here. I bear no malice. I originally belonged to the 8 regions, and now I have returned, Sure Hao said. At the same time, he carefully looked around. This silver-armored deity might not be a true existence, but rather one created by Void God Realm's natural laws, in charge of overlooking this place. Love drinking milk the most? Sure enough, Sure Hao guessed correctly. He was created from natural laws, his eyes flowing with symbols. He stared at Sure Hao, revealing his identity. Sure Hao immediately felt extremely ashamed, feeling embarrassed for the first time. It was because this was indeed his identity in the past. After he entered the Void God Realm, he continuously broke through records, previously leaving behind the name, Love Drinking Milk the Most. This was precisely his identity in this spiritual world. Now, when the past events were brought up again, no matter how thick his skin was, he still felt embarrassed. If others knew that the glorious Huang was this much of a weirdo when he was young, having this type of name, they would definitely laugh their heads off in the higher realm. This was just too hilarious. Huang, a milk-drinking baby? Right now, Sure Hao had the urge to kill to erase traces, wipe out the stain, completely erase this dark history of his. It was just too embarrassing. Something's not right. You have an aura that cannot be appraised on you. Without knowing the reason, I cannot let you out. The silver-armored deity said. I don't have much time. I must ask you to please be accommodating. Otherwise, I'll have to bother you to invite Bird Grandpa and Coin Elder, Sure Hao said. However, this was only a segment of natural laws, not a sympathetic creature, extremely stubborn. He wasn't willing to let Sure Hao leave, moreover releasing a sound of warning. Hong! Then Sure Hao took action, striking this platform, wishing to slaughter his way out. Void God Realm, Spirit Realm, they both had a terrifying limitation, which was that in certain regions, your divine force would be restricted no matter how great it was, had to match the highest level that could be displayed in that specific region. For example, there were some places where only cultivation at the blood transformation realm could be displayed, some where only heavenly passage realm cultivation could be displayed. Now, this place's absolute restriction brought Sure Hao's self-release realm cultivation immediately down to the supreme expert realm. If one wished to break through these obstructions, it was only possible by breaking through the level's extreme, breaking through the shackles, exceeding the limits of the natural law suppression. Who was Sure Hao? He accomplished this in every single cultivation level he has experienced, always exceeding the limit, rising above each great cultivation realm. That was why when he attacked with full strength it was frightening. In the end, he forcibly smashed through the platform, crushing the stone pillars, snapping those divine chains, slaughtering his way out. That silver-armored creature turned into a streak of flowing light, thus disappearing. Everything here disappeared. Sure Hao was absent-minded. He discovered that he himself stood before the pair of giant gates, broken free, moreover on the void god realm side. This path wasn't unfamiliar. He had previously stood here. There was an altar, a path, a mist. This place was extremely quiet, because normally, no one could cross over at all. Dong! Sure Hao moved, directly entering the mist, wishing to take a look around the void god realm. It had already been many years since he returned. Even though this wasn't his true body, his primordial spirit entered the lower realms in advance. This left him extremely moved. Perhaps he could run into some familiar people? Of course, there was also a chance of encountering some powers that stood against him. However, now Sure Hao didn't fear much. In the lower realm's 8 regions, it was hard for anyone to go against him. The Kuan Pang fell in the lower realms. The origami boat lady's origins are mysterious. There is also Western Tomb Realms remains that are extremely mysterious. Sure Hao said to himself. In that instant, he felt like he had become too arrogant. Now that he carefully thought about it, the lower realms had many mysteries waiting to be explored. It's better if I am a bit more careful. At the very least, I can let everyone under heaven know I came back. Sure Hao felt like it was best not to startle everyone, instead deciding to first investigate a bit. What were the 8 regions really like now? Did they undergo any changes? When he thought of these things, Sure Hao covered his face, not exposing his true identity. He got onto an altar, moving through the skies, entering void god realm's depths. Gugu, a young genius, was someone who had risen up suddenly in recent years, shaking up the 8 regions. Few people knew of his origins, but his aptitude was definitely world-shocking. It was because he always challenged the experts of all sides in void god realm, his accomplishments grand, not encountering a single defeat. Some said that he might be a true dragon because in the real world, there were people who tracked him down, previously seeing him turn into a dragon, rise up into the heavens, speed too fast. An extremely young true dragon appeared in the lower realms. Just how shocking of a thing was this? Even though there was no proof, his potential was indeed terrifyingly shocking. It was to the extent where there were some people who already compared him to the little stone, because he reached that type of height, continuously breaking through all types of records. Shigu was a youngster who, in the recent half-year, also suddenly rose up, similarly world-shocking. It was because he was unmatched in the void god realm, ridiculously powerful. He was older than Gugu, now 20-something years old. However, no one knew of his true cultivation level, because the various regions of void god realm had restrictions on one's cultivation. Perhaps Shigu came here precisely to challenge all types of records. He appeared in different regions in the past half-year, defeating all opponents, no one able to withstand 2 blows from him. This was extremely terrifying. He was simply a godlike existence. There were rumors that he might have come from Western Spirit Realm, an extremely mysterious clan. Many people were sighing inwardly. Shigu appeared in the world too late. If he was a few years younger, he might have encountered the big and little stones. Now Shigu and Gugu stood side by side, just like the dual stones did. Moreover, today they faced off against each other again. This was also the first time they clashed. The clash between 2 titans, it will be decided today. Who will be number 1 under the heavens? It really is exciting. Something to look forward to. Void God Realm. That day, a huge sensation erupted. Many people were speculating who was stronger among the 2. This was a grand occasion, great waves stirred. All powers were paying close attention. Many people entering Void God Realm just to watch their battle. A true dragon was going to fight against Western Spirit Realm. This was a huge event. These 2 have broken many records. What do you think? Are they going to break the Little Stone's records? From what I heard, these 2 haven't touched those yet. Perhaps they have to wait another year or 2, right? Right now, they likely have no certainty yet. A true dragon, was this real or not? Western Spirit Realm, this was an extremely mysterious place. Was Shigu really an expert from that place? This made many people excited, many experts hurrying over. This region was long crammed with creatures. They occupied favorable terrain all for the sake of observing the battle. Of course, the central area was empty, as that was the battlefield. No one approached it, this place left for Gugu and Shigu. Right now, two figures already appeared, carrying mists and hazy divine light. It was extremely mysterious, coming from two directions. However, with a pung sound, a third creature descended from the skies, entering this place. Who? Hurry and back off, Shigu spoke. He was a youngster, his figure slender and sturdy, black hair thick, skin a bronze color, eyes like cold lightning. Others couldn't see this youngster's true appearance, but it wasn't an issue for sure how at all. The heavenly eyes naturally able to see through the mist. In the other direction was a teenager, face with delicate features, temperament extraordinary, extremely unordinary, possessing a bit of transcendent feel. Sure How was shocked. These two were both definitely extraordinary. This place is a battlefield. Please withdraw. That youngster also spoke. Sure How didn't back up, instead continuously sizing up this youngster. Your roots and bones are extremely fine, talent exceptional, but you likely long have a master already. It is quite unfortunate. Sure How looked at this youngster, actually having the urge to take on a disciple. Nonsense. You actually have the delusion of taking me as your disciple? The youngster was extremely arrogant, understanding Sure Hao's intentions. He immediately sneered, saying, "It seems like you really are quite the egotistical person. Let me see just what kind of skills you have." He naturally had confidence because one's Dao skills were limited here, everyone's cultivation levels the same here. You are still young. It isn't enough even if the two of you came at me at the same time. It will be too difficult. Sure Hao shook his head. When these words sounded, these two were immediately offended. Unbridled. Let me see just how formidable you are. That youngster Shigu was also angered. Sure Hao smiled, saying, "How about this? If you two lose, are you willing to pay your respects to me as your master?" In the distance, everyone became petrified. What was going on? Where did this person come from? He suddenly barged in, wishing to take Gugu and Shigu as his disciples. Wasn't he too arrogant? Sure Hao was carried away by a whim, because he was extremely interested in these two's bloodlines. Hong. Gugu and Shigu took action at the same time, because they were infuriated, attacking murderously, precious techniques shocking the heavens. However, the feet of the male in the middle didn't move at all, just using two hands to grab their fists that erupted with endless symbols, forcibly stopping them. In that instant, both of their arms were in intense pain, their bodies shaking, actually unable to withstand the power. Everyone erupted into commotion, this place becoming chaotic, everyone shocked.